It's just past midnight, the kind of hour when the city forgets to breathe, when the air outside your window feels too still, too heavy, like it's listening. You're still awake. Maybe you couldn't sleep. Maybe something kept you up. Or maybe, like me, you've always found comfort in the sound of a voice drifting through the dark. The voice of a stranger you'll never see, whispering stories that shouldn't be told aloud. Tonight, you're tuned in to the little dream, where the static hums, the clock slow, and the world you know begins to slip quietly out of frame. And this is the time to start your night today. My village was known for crafting porcelain beauties, but the girls who lived there never knew the truth that making them was never simple. Neither my cousin nor I understood. We were both beauties, carefully raised by the village, but not for admiration. We were being prepared to become porcelain. On my cousin's 18th birthday, I received a note. Just one word: run. Girls in our village were treasures, pampered since birth. The prettiest ones, after turning 18, were said to marry into the city to live a good life. Today was my cousin's birthday, and everyone in the village came to celebrate. After the feast, she would be sent off. That's how it had always been, a tradition no one dared to question. Everyone admired her. Her dowry was 600,000, a fortune, and she would become a city bride, living in luxury. I wasn't much different, just a month younger. Half a year ago, the village chief took my photo, saying he would find me a good husband. Mother even offered him several old hens, pleading, "My daughter is beautiful. Please, find her a good match." I didn't understand why they couldn't just take us to the city to meet these men. None of us had ever left the village, and we longed to see the world beyond. When I asked my parents, they said, "This is tradition. The chief knows best." Why? And indeed, a few days ago, he told my parents with pride that he had found a fine family for me, a wealthy businessman who liked girls as pure as mountain lilies. My dowry would be 800,000, the highest in the village, enough to build a house and pay for my brother's wedding. My parents were overjoyed. They couldn't stop smiling, walking taller than ever before, finally free of years of quiet humiliation. That night, they spoke loudly in the courtyard outside my cousin's house, their laughter echoing through the dark. Inside, my cousin was getting ready. The other girls teased me. "Lena, it'll be your turn next month. Got your wedding dress ready?" "Lena, don't be like the others once they get married. They never come back to visit us. When Lena's living the city life, she'll forget all about us. Haha." Their chatter made my head buzz. I excused myself to the restroom. As I pulled some paper from my pocket, another small folded note fell out. Inside, written in shaky strokes, was a single word: run. The moment I saw it, my heart froze. Who put this here? Why tell me to run? Was I in danger? Or was this some cruel joke? 1,000 thoughts tangled in my head. Then someone knocked on the door. "Lena? Lena, are you done yet?" It was my mother's voice. I felt relief for a moment. "Mom, I wanted to tell her about the note. She'd always been kind to me, my safest person." But the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I said, "My stomach hurts. Almost done." She sighed in relief. "All right, finish up and come out. We'll head home after you eat." "Go ahead, Mom. I'll come later." But she refused. "No, I'll wait for you." That was strange. She'd never been so protective before. It felt like she was watching me. Why? I was suddenly glad I hadn't mentioned the note. To be safe, I tore it into pieces, chewed, and swallowed it. When I stepped out, she grabbed my hand tightly. "Let's go home," she said. "I want to say goodbye to my cousin first." She frowned. According to custom, unmarried girls weren't allowed to send the bride off. But after some pleading, she relented. "Fine. Be quick. I'll wait at the door." My cousin was alone when I entered. She sat on the bed in her crimson dress, face glowing softly under the lamplight. After some small talk, I leaned closer and whispered, "Did they tell you who you're marrying?" She shook her head. "We're not supposed to ask. They said I'll know when I get there." The chief said he's in his 30s. Wealthy, kind. I even saw a photo. He didn't look bad. She blushed as she spoke. But isn't it strange? I asked. No one who leaves ever comes back. They don't, but they send letters. That was true. I had seen them written in familiar hands, telling of comfortable lives, kind husbands, happy homes. Seeing my doubt, she smiled and patted my hand. Lena, don't you get it? These dowries are just a price. Our parents are selling us. Once we leave, we're gone, no reason to come back. She was right, painfully right. Lena, Lena, my mother's voice called from outside. Before leaving, I asked one more question. Cousin, have your family been acting strange lately? She blinked, puzzled, then smiled faintly. Yes, they follow me everywhere. Guess they'll miss me once I'm gone. Family, you know. You're not scared? She laughed. It's marriage, not a funeral. Why would I be scared? Next month it'll be your turn. You'll make a beautiful bride. I didn't tell her about the note. I wasn't even sure what it meant. We went home soon after, my mother holding my hand tightly all the way. That single word, run, echoed in my mind. Whoever sent it believed something terrible was about to happen. But what? Was there something wrong with the man I was supposed to marry? Or with the village itself? If someone wanted to warn me, they must have known something dark. And if it was a prank, then why? Jealousy? Spite? Still, deep down, I felt it was no joke. Someone was trying to save me. There weren't many literate people in our village, only a few from my generation. Years ago, a lost university student had stayed here for half a year. She'd taught us to read and write before leaving, and no outsider had ever returned since. That narrowed it down. To slip me the note, it had to be someone who could write, and who had been close enough to me that night. There were only three. My older sister May, and two girls at my table, Luhua and Ellie. Luhua and Ellie both dreamed of marrying into the city. They worshipped the idea. It couldn't be them. That left May. She used to be the pride of the village too, meant for the city until, at 17, she fell and broke her leg. After that, no one wanted her. She was forced to stay, married off to a simple farmer named Ben. In our village, any girl deemed flawed or plain stayed behind forever. From then on, my parents treated her like a burden, scolding, hitting, blaming her for everything. At the feast tonight, I saw her for the first time in years. We spoke briefly. She said Ben treated her well, no beatings, no shouting, but her husband had to borrow heavily for the dowry, and now worked long hours in the village kiln. When she limped away to help serve food, I watched her with a strange ache in my chest. She had once been beautiful too, another porcelain girl. And, yes, the note must have been from her. She'd always cared for me. She'd never want to harm me. But then, my mother suddenly turned to me, frowning. Lena, why so quiet? You've barely said a word. I forced a smile. Just thirsty, Mom. Don't lie to me. My stomach dropped. Did she know? Did your sister say something to you? I stayed silent. Mother scoffed. That woman's bitter. Ever since she broke her leg, no decent man would have her. She can't stand seeing others happy. She said awful things at your cousin's house, told her she'd die before the wedding, out of jealousy. Her own aunt kicked her out for it. Serves her right. Her words slurred slightly, maybe from the rice wine. I clenched my fists. Mom, she's not like that. She said her husband's good to her. She'll change, Mother snapped. Just you wait. That man's lazy, and she's cursed. She envies every happy girl in this village. She went on and on. Angry, trembling. It was all about dowries. Always money. I whispered, Mom, have you been drinking too much? She laughed. It's a happy day. When we got home, she stumbled toward the pigsty to feed the animals, humming softly. I went straight to my room, my heart tangled in dread. Was May truly jealous? Or was she trying to warn me? Her words, your cousin will die before she can dream, chilled me to the bone. If I wanted the truth, there was only one way. Tonight, I'd sneak out, and I'd see with my own eyes what really happens when a porcelain bride leaves the village. The instant I decided to slip out and watch, my heart kicked like a trapped bird. Elsewhere, brides leave by daylight. In our village, the send-off happens at midnight. Long ago, they say, the ancient kiln failed the prefecture. No glaze would take, no clay would sing. On the brink of ruin, a girl named Rouge offered herself to the fire. After that, our porcelain stunned the world. Red like rouge, white like jade. They called it Rouge Jade, or simply, the porcelain beauty. Rouge saved the village. We raised a shrine to her and called her Lady Two. Incense forever. Debt forever. Because Rouge entered the kiln at the rat hour midnight, the brides of our village depart at midnight too. A blessing, they said. A custom, they said. By custom, the send-off is back-breaking work. Shoulder the palanquin, shoulder the dowry. My father and brother would go. They'd be gone all night. Mother would stay home to watch over me. There was no other way. I had to wait for her to sleep. Before long, Mother came to my door and tried the latch. I'd bolted it from inside. Lena, I'm dizzy. I'm turning in. I breathed deep, softened my throat, and let out a small, convincing snore. She lingered, listening. Then a soft laugh, almost fond. Silly girl, sleeps like stone. Her steps retreated. A door closed. Silence descended, heavy as ash. I counted slowly, then slid the latch, climbed out the back window, and ran low through the dark, until I could crouch behind the wall of my cousin's courtyard. The yard blazed with lamplight. Men, only men filled the space. My cousin, veiled in red, was helped into the palanquin by her aunt. At the shout of "Lift!" the red palanquin rose, steady and sure. The chief spoke blessings. The men laughed too loud and too long. Then they carried her out of the gate. Strangely, the dowry boxes tied with red twine, embroidered quilts, a chest inlaid with brass remained piled in the yard. Had they forgotten? All of them? Impossible. Or was there another arrangement? I swallowed the urge to run out and call after them. Instead, I kept my distance and followed. Lanterns swung. Torches hissed. Drums and pipes clattered, a tune that sounded like celebration if you didn't listen too closely for the off notes. We did not take the road to the village gate. We turned toward the mountain, and that road, everyone knew, led to only one place, the ancient kiln. The note's single word twinged in my chest. Run. Was there, then, a secret inside our marriages that could not bear daylight? The ancient kiln is a forbidden place for women. They say women are unclean, unlucky, that we would profane Lady Two and doom the clay. Men guard the kiln. Men fire the clay. Women wait at home and live on what men bring back. That is the rule. That is the hymn. I had never seen the kiln in my 18 years. If women are forbidden, why carry my cousin there? Shadows hid me as I crept along the slope. Every step, a needle. Suspicion tightened, then hardened into something like certainty. The procession reached the kiln mouth, a black arch bit into the mountain, with clay wedging pits and throwers' tables outside, and the long belly of the fire deeper within. They say that flame has never gone out in hundreds of years. They set the palanquin down. I tucked myself behind a tumble of broken kiln bricks, breath small, body small. The hour is right, the chief called. Two strangers stepped out from the glow, tall, upright, well-dressed. Nothing like our villagers. Her bridegroom? So the receiving party was here. The chief grinned and bowed. Mr. Coe, you've been kept waiting. Good goods are worth the wait, the stranger said lightly. This isn't our first cooperation. Quality is what matters. At his nod, the man beside him placed 2 black cases at the chief's feet. This is half the payment, Mr. Coe said. Your share is inside as well. The other half on delivery. Payment. The word hit like a slap. My cousin's bitter joke. We are being sold wasn't a joke at all. Delivery. Half now. Half. Later. The chief bent almost double. We keep the rules. He flicked his chin. When? Check it. The chief's son crouched, clicked open the latches, and ran his fingers through stacks and stacks. He beamed. Not a coin short. The chief's laughter hung oily in the torchlight. Mr. Coe's word is gold. Then he raised his voice. Bring out the bride. Ah. Two men pulled back the red curtain and hauled my cousin to her feet. They stripped away her veil. Her face, soft as peach blossom just hours ago, was all at once small and naked and afraid. She stared like a startled fawn. Uncle, where is this? Weren't we going out of the village? Why are we here? Perfect. Flawless, Mr. Coe murmured, eyes narrow with appraisal, a hunter admiring a stag. The chief put on his gentle face. Child, this is our ancient kiln. Before any bride leaves, she must bow to Lady Two for blessing. Bow? To a goddess? My cousin whispered. I didn't believe it either. Not anymore. Yes, the chief said smoothly. Ancestral rule, pay respects, travel safe. And look, your husband is a man of bearing, isn't he? He angled his face toward Mr. Coe. Mr. Coe dipped his head with the ease of a man who always receives nods back. My cousin flushed and lowered her eyes. The chief's smile vanished. He turned and led the way into the kiln. The others followed, guiding my cousin inside. The arched mouth swallowed them. The light went dim. Terror and curiosity wrestled in me. Curiosity won by a hair. I slipped in along the wall. The chamber was vast, ribs of brick vaulting above, clay mounds and leather-hard blanks stacked in ranks. Torches and horn lanterns threw gold up the soot, drew long, jerking shadows. Every man was inside my father, my brother among them, all eyes fixed on my cousin. I flattened behind a shelf of greenware, heart caged to my teeth. They brought her to a statue. It stood to the waist of a man its base, a great white vessel veined with faint rouge, its top the porcelain head of a woman, a pale, serene face, cheeks flushed rose, gaze lowered in eternal modesty, a woman's head on a jar's body both graceful and wrong. Kneel, the chief said, his voice suddenly winter cold. My cousin hesitated, then sank down. The chief lit 3 sticks of incense and pressed them together between his palms, eyes closed, lips moving. Men bowed their heads. Even Mr. Coe and his man adopted the familiarity of those who have learned a ritual by repetition. My cousin's eyes flicked from face to face, then to the floor. She tried to lift her head and couldn't. The chief's tone changed. He raised both hands, the incense trembling like small, bright swords. Maiden's blood, clean bone, fierce fire makes rouge, jade, blood for Lady Two. The last syllable struck the bricks. When, behind my cousin, moved fast, steel flashed. He drew the blade across her throat as if he'd practiced on air 100 times. Metal sang. A red arc stitched the night and spattered the white jar's lip. The statue drank. The rouge in the porcelain deepened, blooming like a peony in time-lapse. My cousin didn't even cry out. Her knees buckled, but 2 men caught her under the arms, angling her so her blood poured neatly into a waiting white bowl. I shook so hard the shelf rattled. I clamped my hand over my mouth until my palm tasted of iron. My cousin, who dreamed of city lights and a quiet life. Slaughtered like livestock. Marry into the city. Live well. What a monstrous lie. Tears flooded hot and useless down my face. The chief laughed. A full-throated, joyous sound. Lady Two has accepted this girl's blood. Her bones and blood will take the fire beautifully. Mr. Coe's voice was almost reverent. A perfect porcelain beauty. Thin as paper, white as jade, red as life, bright as a mirror, singing like a bell. Cups and bowls, heirloom vases, each one a wonder of the world. The chief preened. That is why our porcelain girls must fast and be kept happy from childhood. Pure blood, bone like jade, mountain spring water to grow a lotus heart. Only then can porcelain beauties be born. Mr. Coe, that is the true secret of rouge jade. Every vase is a life. Mr. Coe chuckled. You villagers are ruthless and faithful to the old ways. That is why these pieces are priceless. Make tonight's into 100 birds to the phoenix. Be quick. Next month, we'll do a pair. I'll take them abroad to exhibit. The chief folded himself before the statue. forehead nearly touching the floor. All is fate. To become an heirloom vessel is blessing from Lady Two. Next month, cold crackled through me. Next month was me. Faces I loved. Father, mother, my brother, the neighbors who fed me sweets. The men who lifted me to see the New Year lion morphed in my mind, beaks splintering out from their mouths, eyes black with hunger. They would feed me to the fire and call it tradition. At last I understood the note. A barked command snapped the air. Begin. I bent low, spine folded to keep my breath from scraping the air, and felt my way along the kiln wall until the dark could take me back. Perhaps it was fear, or the tremor in my knees, but just as I reached the arch, I set my heel on a sliver of porcelain. It snapped with a dry, brittle crack. Someone at the mouth. A man barked. A shadow couldn't tell if it's a man or a woman. The chief's voice tore loose. Don't just stand there after them. I ran. Head down, cloak clenched. I plunged into the scrub along the road, shouldering through brush that tried to cling and hold me. I grew up on these slopes. Bramble and root could not frighten me. I ran until running became a kind of crouched, whispering flight, a single thought threading the noise in my skull. Away. Behind me, voices scattered, thinned, argued with themselves. Probably a deer, one said. No, Don swears it was human. Shut it and spread out. Lanterns bobbed, then veered off into different gullies, fewer than I'd feared. Good. The moon had cut itself in half and hung it above the ridge. Pale light sifted between pine trunks, laying ghost copies of everything on the ground. A cold wind combed the trees, and the cold combed me, bone by bone. Home or out home, or out. The two roads wrestled in me, and then my cousin's bleeding face tore through the tangle. My head pounded. North, south, east names ran like ink in water. I picked the path that felt like home and let my feet decide. A figure stepped out of a tree's long shadow and squared itself in front of me. Gotcha, he said, voice low and pleased. Moonlight caught a tight line of teeth, a glint like metal. I spun, knocked breathless, and sprinted. A hand snagged my cloak and ripped me to the ground. I did not scream. I fought small, furious, useless. He pinned my calves with his weight and wrenched both my wrists forward with one hand, the other fumbling at my waistband. Quiet, he hissed, or I'll throw you in the old kiln. You won't live till morning. Tears blurred the trees. I choked. I'm a bride next month. Lady Two will curse you if you defile me. He snorted, grinning wetly. If I die under a peony, I die smiling. I'll have you tonight. Tomorrow can do what it likes. Him. Despair turned the world to glass. The sound split that glass, a hoarse shout, and the weight on me lurched and fell away. I rolled to my knees. The young man stood over the attacker with a rock in his hand. My throat hitched. I scuttled backward like a crab. Don't be afraid, he whispered, palm out. It's me, Ben. Ben. My Elda Zista May's husband. The rock fell from his fingers. He offered me his hand and pulled me up. You saw it all, didn't you? I nodded. He angled my shoulders, pointing me toward a thinner seam of moonlight. That way, go straight, home. Say nothing to anyone about tonight. Not a syllable. If you want to live, trust only your own feet. And don't try the gate men are posted there. My gaze slid to the man on the ground, breathing in wet gulps. Fear pried at me. Go, Ben said. I'll handle this. I didn't wait to ask how. I ran where he'd pointed, through a snag of scrub, over a low ditch, and into the thinner, older path that only those born here would know. I found the back wall, the window I'd left, and slid through on silent arms. Clothes, shoes, blanket. I sank into the mattress and pulled the night up over me like earth. Only then did the nerves inside me uncoil. The image of my cousin rose and would not go back down. I had not saved her. I had watched her die. The village had killed her and called it custom. I could not sob. Sobbing would bring footsteps. I swallowed, wiped my face, forced my breath to slow. Next month would be me. They would cut me, feed me to the jar, polish my death and sell it by the case. I had to live. My father returned far earlier than any send-off night deserved. He stomped into the house, found my mother asleep, and shook her awake with a voice like a bucket kicked across stones. Up, woman. Don't sleep like a pig. There's trouble at the kiln. Footsteps scuffed outside my door. A palm smacked the wood. Mother's voice, overbright and sticky. Lena? Lena? Are you in there? Wake up. I need to grab something. I rasped, thick with pretend sleep. Mama, is it morning? I haven't slept enough. Open up, she insisted. Let me in. I need that thing. I made a show of yawning, shuffled, unlatched the door. What do you need? She blinked at my puffy eyes and the slump in my shoulders, smiled, and slipped past. The light clicked on. Her gaze swept corners, floor, the sill. She tested the window with a casual press. The latch I'd dropped back into place held firm. Her suspicion melted. She reached to the top of the wardrobe and took down a paper bag of brown sugar. I'm hungry. I'll boil 2 eggs with sugar. You go back to bed. I nodded, shut the door. Through the thin wall I heard her chirp, easy and bright. Not our girl, I heard her snoring before I fell asleep. My father's answer came lower, taut string under a bow. Drop it. From now on, keep close, watch on the girl. De Zhuang went into the woods after that thing. He hasn't come back. I'm going to look. You stay on our daughter. We can't afford mishaps. Da Zhuang. The weight, the voice, the greedy little glint. I hadn't recognized him in the panic, but now I did. The man who always let his eyes crawl when he passed me on the road. What would Ben do with him? Mother's voice softened into obedience. Yes, husband. Go. Oh, and nail the back window shut. I'll do it now. For a second, I didn't understand the phrase, nail it shut. Then the hammer spoke in short, cruel syllables. The house answered with a dull, helpless thud, where the nails bit through wood. They were washing away my only way out. I let myself tremble and pitched my voice small and thin. Who's there? What's outside? Father called in through the nailed window, the lie ready and smooth. It's me. There's a beast in the hills tonight, livestock torn up, tracks all over. I'm sealing the back so it doesn't crawl in. Sleep. I'm not afraid, I said dully. Father and mother were fluent in lies. I'd grown up listening. What could I say that wouldn't cut my own throat? At breakfast, Father announced they'd found no beast, but they'd found Da Zhuang under the cliff. Must have slipped, he said. Bones smashed to gristle. He was dead. The last fear with the face gone. Relief pulsed once and vanished. In its place came a quieter dread, the kind that lasted. When I asked to take laundry to the river, Mother smiled like a thistle and said, "We'll both go." She lugged a tub bigger than mine. Even when I stepped off the path to relieve myself, she stood within earshot, humming, watching the leaves. The village had drawn its net tight. Men at the gate, day and night. Every door tested, every window nailed. For a prophet that burned red and white, an entire village became one eye. Days crawled. I scouted with my ears, with the drift of men's voices, with the way dogs barked and then didn't. I learned the rhythm of the gate, the change of the watchers, the places a person could not pass. One path remained, that no one could fence with bodies or bars. The river, no matter how vigilant, they could not stand on every stone from spring to delta. If I moved with the current, if I clung to its seam of cold and kept low beneath the reeds, I might slip beyond the fields, past the last footbridge, and into a world where Lady Two's name meant nothing. I folded the plan into my chest and pressed it there like a talisman. If there was a way out, it would be written in water. That afternoon, Mother took me to the river again. She hummed a lullaby as she scrubbed, The same song she used to sing when I was small. Her face, softened by the sun and the river's ripples, looked so gentle, so ordinary, that I could almost believe she was simply my mother, not the woman who would hand me to the fire. I said quietly, "Mama, I don't want to marry. I just want to stay here with you." She chuckled. "Don't talk nonsense. To marry into the city is a blessing. A fine life." I pressed, "Mama, won't you miss me? I'm your daughter. Your own flesh." "You've grown," she said, wringing a sleeve dry. "Daughters can't stay forever. Marriage is only a matter of time. Don't worry, your brother's still at home with us." There was no tremor in her voice, no hesitation. She spoke of my death as if it were a duty fulfilled. My chest hollowed. My cousin had been right. My parents had already traded love for coin. They had sold me like a jar. And who weeps for a jar? He stopped hesitating, while Mother bent to rinse a basin. I shoved her hard into the current and turned, running along the riverbank as fast as my legs would go. For a moment I heard only the slap of my own steps. Then, from behind me, the splash, the cough, the cry. She surfaced. She could swim. I'd forgotten. Her voice cut across the water, ragged with fury. "Someone help! Lena's run away. Lena's run chase her." They caught me before the next dusk. By the time they dragged me back, my feet were torn open and my lungs burned dry. I could barely lift my head. The village chief sat waiting, smiling like a father. "Lena, my child, why run? The city awaits you. The fortune, the happiness." "I don't want it," I rasped. "Every girl in this village dreams of that fate," he said. "You're ungrateful." I spat at his feet. "Then you take the fortune. I can't swallow it." "Hem." He wiped the spittle from his shoe, still smiling, though his eyes hardened. "Lena Tran, do you know something you shouldn't?" I blinked. "No, I just don't want to marry. I want to stay home." Mother rushed forward, wringing her hands. "She knows nothing. She's spoiled, lazy, afraid of leaving home. Don't mind her, Chief." The chief leaned back, amused. "You can't escape anyway. You've run in circles. The mountains ring this village like a bowl. There's no path out for those who don't know the way. Forget your foolishness. Wait for your wedding day." And in that moment I understood why. No matter how far I'd run, I'd ended up back near the village. The path wasn't endless, it was a trap. There was only one exit, and it was guarded. Despair crawled up my throat like floodwater. He turned to my parents, his tone snapping cold. "You worthless fools. Can't even keep your daughter in line? You owe the buyer already. 10 days until delivery. Keep her under lock and key." They bowed and nodded, and by nightfall I was tied, dragged home, and locked in my room with an iron padlock that groaned like a promise. Mother stood outside and screamed through the door. "Ungrateful brat. Filial beast. I carried you, raised you, and you repay me with betrayal." I shouted back. "I didn't mean to hurt you. You can swim, I knew that. If I wanted to kill you, I would have used a rock." Her curse didn't stop. Her distrust didn't fade. After that, I refused to eat. They forced food down my throat, water down my mouth. I waited until they left, then forced my fingers down my own throat until I vomited every bite. Panic began to flicker in their eyes. Mr. Coe had demanded a perfect bride skin like milk, eyes clear, body pure. In 3 days, my cheeks sank. My skin turned pale. Mother's worry turned desperate. She sent for my elder sister. "May, talk to your ungrateful sister," she said. "You loved her best when you were little. Tell her how lucky she is. If you hadn't broken your leg, you'd be living well in the city now." May entered quietly, carrying a bowl of fried eggs. She spoke softly for an hour about duty, gratitude, the family name. "Eat," she said at last. "Don't waste your life fighting them. Sometimes living means pretending." I ate. I wept. I promised not to starve again. Outside, my parents listened. Mother whispered, pleased. That cripple finally proved useful. My wedding came on schedule. The yard was filled with laughter, red silk, dowry boxes, all the trappings of celebration. They weren't for me. They'd become my brothers someday. I dressed in the crimson gown. The mirror showed a porcelain doll, smooth, hollow-eyed, lips painted like blood. Everyone smiled at me. Our girl, Father said proudly. Her husband will treasure her. Girls my age whispered envy. So lucky. A rich husband. A good life. Oh, May stood near the gate, allowed to attend since she had talked sense into me. She hugged me once, tightly. Her hands trembled. Then came the hour of the rat. Drums thundered. Firecrackers shrieked. The men lifted my palanquin and carried me through the night, not to the city, but to the kiln. When they set me down, the chief counted heads. Mr. Coe and his apprentice stepped from the shadows. Their smiles gleamed like wet clay. Just like my cousin, I stammered. Where are we? Isn't this the road to the city? The chief, ever kindly, said, We must visit Lady Two first, for blessing. Father and brother chimed in. Don't fear. Your groom waits just ahead. Once you pay respects, you'll leave the village. I nodded, pretending to believe, and let them lead me inside. It was my first time seeing the statue up close. The red that covered her robes wasn't glaze, it was blood. Layer upon layer, dry and cracked, different shades of sacrifice. Her face smiled softly. Her lips closed in an almost maternal calm. So this was Lady Two, savior of the village, goddess of porcelain, mother of fire. She had been made divine by the same blood that drowned us. Blessing? Protection? What a joke. Rough hands forced me to kneel. The chief began his chant. Around me, every head bowed, every eye closed. A faint sound broke the rhythm, a scrape, then a hollow pop. The head of the statue slid off, from the opening of the great jar below. Thick smoke poured out. I clamped the wet cloth hidden in my sleeve over my mouth and dropped flat. The smoke rolled fast, heavy and sweet, filling the chamber in seconds. Men coughed, stumbled, clawed at their throats. Torches dropped and hissed. When they tried to flee, they found the kiln doors sealed. It was over in moments. When the haze began to thin, a figure moved through it, Ben, cloth pressed to his nose, steady as stone. He lifted the porcelain head and fitted it back onto the jar, sealing the leak. Only the chief's craftsmanship had made such a perfect join. I rose, trembling, and saw Wen's fallen body near the altar. His knife lay beside his limp hand, and I took it. For all the girls who burned, I whispered. Lena will return the fire. I was the fairest of them all, that was what they always said. Tonight, every man in the village had fought for the honor of carrying my palanquin. They'd gotten their wish. My brother-in-law had gone ahead, the one who had planned everything. He had prepared the narcotic smoke days ago, mixing it into the jars of Lady Two herself. He'd tested it in secret, night after night. Now the men were all asleep, sprawled like broken puppets on the clay floor. I grabbed the chief by his thinning hair, yanked his head back, and drew the knife across his throat. Blood sprayed in a sharp, bright arc. The man who'd sold generations of women gurgled once and went still. Then Wen. Then Mr. Coe. Then the others, all who had profited from women's bones, from the red and white glaze of death. Each stroke was for another lost sister. When I turned, Ben was calling me. Lena, here. I ran to him. He stood beside a massive half-finished jar, white and red and glowing faintly in the lamplight. Birds and phoenixes danced around its curve, painted so vividly they seemed alive. My heart clenched. This was my cousin. Ben touched the surface gently, his eyes far away. Yes, she was the finest, the true porcelain beauty. His voice had the softness of a dreamer. I saw the hunger in it, the same hunger that once haunted the men he'd killed. I grabbed a stone and smashed the vase. It shattered with a cry that seemed to echo from inside the mountain. Ben startled as though waking. Lena, what have you done? You were bewitched, I said. That jar isn't art. It's her grave. He shook his head, stammering. No, no, you're right. Porcelain made from blood is cursed. They never listened. We could use ox bone, sheep bone. It didn't need to be this. Still, such beauty, what a waste. Beauty? I shouted through tears. That beauty was her life. He flinched, then straightened. Grim. You're right. We'll end it. I'll set the charges. He ran, scattering the homemade explosives he'd built, wedging them into cracks and shelves around the heart of the ancient kiln. We would not only avenge the dead, we would erase the monster that had fed on them. When he lit the fuse, we fled together into the night, breath ragged, the red glow blooming behind us like a sunrise made of fire and ghosts. Explosions rolled behind us like a chain of thunder, cracking the spine of the mountain. The earth jumped beneath our feet. Dust boiled upward, turning the stars to ghosts. The old kiln groaned once, then collapsed into itself, swallowed by its own hill. Ben caught my hand. Hurry, he said, breath raw. The village will be chaos soon. We'll meet May, and while they're panicking, we'll slip out through the north trail. He turned, and in his other arm, he was cradling something heavy and white. The statue of Lady Two. I froze. Ben, why are you bringing that? He wiped soot from his brow, still panting. We'll need a way to make a living out there. I'll keep making porcelain, honest work. She's the spirit of the craft, the guardian of fire and clay. She'll bless us. I can't leave her behind. I stared at the faint red stains still clinging to the statue's robes. She's stained with too much blood. He didn't hear or didn't want to. Trust me, Lena. No more wickedness. No more blood. Just art. I'll build a new kiln, a clean one. You and May will never want for anything again. He smiled soft, hopeful, stubborn. The smile of a man already half lost to his craft. I said nothing more. We ran. The village behind us split into shouts, flames, and confusion. Somewhere, the chief's house burned. The men who had guarded the gate were running back toward the smoke. We slipped through the dark like smoke ourselves, climbed the ridge, and vanished into the forest. By dawn, we found May waiting by the riverbank, her eyes wide when she saw us. Is it done? Ben only nodded. I told her everything, the shattered jar, the statue, the blood. She listened without interrupting, then sighed. Lena, Ben means no harm, she said. He only loves his craft. Let him keep the statue if it eases his heart. I wanted to argue, but her weariness silenced me. 2 weeks later, after walking until our feet bled, we reached a small town crouched between two ranges of misty hills, far enough that no one knew our names. Half a year of scraping and labor followed. We built a new kiln from the earth itself, and Ben began again. This time he mixed bone from cattle and sheep into the clay-white, luminous, singing when struck. Bowls, cups, vases, each one seemed to hold a faint pulse of light. People came from other towns to buy them. We three worked side by side. Ben at the wheel, May glazing, me grinding and firing. The rhythm of the kiln replaced the heartbeat of fear. Years passed. Ben's name spread. He became known as a master of rouge-jade boneware, praised for reviving ancient techniques. He smiled more, slept less. Every dawn he burned incense before the statue of Lady Two, bowing 3 times. At first it was ritual. Then it became devotion. He began to whisper to her, while shaping clay. At night he would wake and check the kiln fire, muttering about perfection, about one true vessel, worthy of the goddess. I started to dread the sound of the wheel turning after midnight. May grew pale too. Once she said quietly, "He's chasing ghosts again." One evening he came home calm, almost gentle, the firelight trembling in his eyes. "To honor Lady Two properly," he said, "we'll go vegetarian from now on. Purity invites blessing. She can't abide the filth of meat." The air seemed to thicken. I glanced at May. Her face flickered with something fear, then surrender. "You're right, Ben," she said softly. "From tomorrow, we'll eat no meat." Her smile looked carved. Half a year later, Ben went out to buy materials and never returned. We waited 3 days, then a week. May wept until her eyes swelled. We searched every path, every ravine. The police came and went. They shrugged. No cameras, no witnesses, no trace. It was as if the mountain had swallowed him whole. Weeks became months. The kiln went cold, the statue gathering dust in the corner. Ben's disappearance became another unsolved riddle, just like the vanished brides of our village. But life had to go on. We reopened the workshop. Orders still came. And without Ben, our hands steadied. The porcelain we made clean, white, alive, sold faster than we could shape it. We needed no goddess, no blood, no blessing. On the day we reopened the kiln, May and I smashed the statue of Lady Two. The sound rang through the valley like a bell. When the shards stopped rolling, I felt the weight lift from my chest. From that day forward, we worked only with animal bone, never human. Our wares shone with honest light. And the porcelain beauties, they vanished from the earth. Story 2. Her name was Naomi Clark. 32, photographer, recently divorced, and tired, in a way that didn't show on her face but lingered in her posture. The apartment she found was on the top floor of a pre-war building in Lower Manhattan, one of those places that looked charming on the outside: red brick, iron railings, a touch of nostalgia, and quietly decayed from the inside out. The walls were paper thin, the pipes gurgled like old throats, and the ceiling light flickered whenever she made coffee. But she didn't mind. After all, this was supposed to be her space. A fresh start. The first few nights, Naomi barely unpacked. The boxes stayed sealed. Her clothes hung on doorknobs. The only thing she arranged carefully was her camera tripod by the window. She'd been working on a photo series about loneliness in urban spaces. The irony wasn't lost on her. There was, however, one part of the room she avoided, the closet by the far wall. It wasn't large, just a wooden door, painted over too many times, its hinges tired, its brass handle dulled to a soft gray. It was probably harmless, yet somehow, every time Naomi glanced that way, she felt the faintest pressure behind her eyes, like being watched from a place where no one should be watching. She blamed it on exhaustion, on city noise, on the echo of her own breathing in the high-ceilinged room. But that first week, something began to change. It started small, barely noticeable. The closet door never stayed quite shut. She'd close it before bed, turning the handle until she heard the latch click. But in the morning it was open by an inch, just wide enough to see the black seam of the space within. She told herself maybe it was airflow, or humidity warping the wood. Old buildings shifted with the weather. Old minds shifted with fear. Still, the next night, she wedged a chair in front of it. A childish act, really, but she laughed at herself as she did it. The sound echoed oddly, swallowed by the air. That night, around 3 a.m., she woke up. Not to sound, but to the absence of it. The city outside was still, too still. No car horns, no footsteps, not even wind. Her first thought was, someone's in here. She lay still, eyes half open, pretending to be asleep. The air felt heavier, thicker. She could hear it her own breathing, and beneath it, a faint noise, like a soft scrape, followed by a low tap, then silence. She didn't move, didn't even blink. When dawn came, the light bled into the room pale and grainy. The chair was still in place, but the door was open again, just slightly, and the chair's leg had shifted a few inches, as if something had pushed it from the inside. Naomi didn't mention it to anyone. There was no one to tell. By the 5th night, she began to dream about it. In her dreams, the closet wasn't small anymore. It stretched endlessly backward, filled with breathing that wasn't hers. Sometimes, she thought she saw an outline, a face, behind the crack. But whenever she reached for the light, she woke up before it came on. She stopped sleeping well. Her photography suffered. Her editor called, asking about the missing portfolio. Naomi said she was fine, just adjusting to the new space. I'm one. But the truth was simpler. The space was adjusting to her. One evening, after a long day shooting at the pier, Naomi came home soaked from rain. The apartment smelled of damp wood and cold air. She hung her coat by the door, switched on the lamp, and froze. The closet door was wide open. Inside, darkness, deeper than it should have been. And just for a heartbeat, she thought she saw something blink. A reflection, maybe. Catching the faint light, her pulse stuttered. She crossed the room, grabbed the handle, and slammed it shut. The echo rattled through the floorboards. As she turned away, something else caught her attention, the mirror on the wardrobe across the room. A thin line ran across its surface, a crack she hadn't seen before, splitting it cleanly through the center. And right where her own reflection's eye should have been, the glass shimmered slightly, as though something were moving behind it. Naomi stepped closer. The air grew colder. She leaned in, staring. Her breath fogged the glass. And for one fleeting instant, she could have sworn, absolutely sworn, she saw an eye, looking back, not hers. The next morning, she couldn't shake the image from her mind. That faint shimmer in the mirror, the feeling of being watched back. By noon, she'd convinced herself it was an illusion, a trick of tired eyes and broken glass. Still, she couldn't quite bring herself to open the closet again. When she passed it, she would slow down as if the air near that door was heavier. When she dressed, she would change by the window, not in front of the mirror. And when she finally sat down to work, her focus kept sliding back to that side of the room. She thought of something she used to tell her photography students. A lens doesn't lie, but it also doesn't always tell the truth. That night, she decided to find out which it would be. She set up her camera on the tripod beside the bed, angled directly toward the closet door. She adjusted the focus until the faint line of the mirror came into view, a slice of silver reflecting the dim lamplight. On the screen, it looked ordinary, perfectly still. She left the lamp on low, the kind of light that couldn't banish darkness, only outline it. Then she pressed record. For a while, she just sat there, cross-legged on the bed, staring at the red recording light. Her breath felt too loud. The city outside was quieter than usual, rain pressing down on the windows in long, steady sighs. Minutes passed. Nothing. She lay back, eyes open, watching the closet through the lens's faint reflection on the wall. The mirror seemed almost deeper now, as if it didn't reflect the room anymore but absorbed it. Eventually, exhaustion won. Naomi drifted off, with the camera still running, the red light a single glowing eye in the dark. When she woke, the camera was off. The clock read 4:17 a.m. Rain still whispered outside, but the air inside felt different, colder, pressed tight around her like invisible hands. She sat up, glanced toward the tripod. The screen was black. She frowned. Maybe the battery died. She stood, crossed the room, and reached for the power button, but the moment her fingers brushed the camera, the closet door creaked. Not open, not shut. Just that slow, stretching sound of wood moving under strain. Naomi froze. Her breath caught halfway. She turned. The door hadn't moved, but the sound continued faintly. From inside, a low scrape like nails dragging gently across wood. Naomi took one cautious step forward. Her bare feet met the cool floorboards. She told herself, animals, pipes, anything but what it sounds like. The sound stopped. She pressed her ear to the door. Silence. Then a whisper. Not a word. Not even a full sound. Just the faintest draw of breath that wasn't hers, echoing through the hollow frame. She stumbled back, caught her breath, grabbed the nearest thing, a small lamp, and pointed it toward the door. The mirror caught the light and split her reflection into jagged halves. Something shimmered behind the crack again. For one terrible second, it looked like a shadow standing inside the glass, face pressed close from the other side, lips moving as if trying to speak. Then the lamp flickered, and it was gone. By morning, Naomi barely remembered falling asleep again. She woke on the couch, cold, stiff, her mouth dry as dust. The camera sat exactly where she left it, its small screen blank. Her first thought wasn't fear. It was curiosity. She powered it on. The recording was still there 6 hours long. She skipped through the footage. For the first few hours, it showed nothing but darkness, her own shifting silhouette on the bed. The low glow of the lamp pulsed softly. Then, around 3:11 a.m., something changed. The image shimmered. The frame tilted slightly, as if someone had nudged the tripod. Naomi frowned. She hadn't moved it. She turned up the volume. The room's static filled her speakers' soft white noise, rain, breathing. And then, under it all, a sound so faint, she almost missed it. Tap, 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 3 soft knocks. From inside the closet, she watched, transfixed. The camera didn't shake, the door didn't open, but the mirror moved. Barely perceptible, a slow ripple, as though something brushed against the other side of the glass. Naomi rewound, played it again, freeze-framed the moment, and there, in one frame between motion blur and grain, she saw it, a reflection that didn't belong. Her own body was visible in the bed, asleep, but the mirror held another silhouette thin, standing just behind the doorframe, its head slightly tilted. No face, no detail. Just the outline of someone standing where no one could be standing. She closed the laptop, stood up too fast, and nearly knocked the camera over. Her skin crawled. The air felt wrong again, thick, metallic, charged. She grabbed her coat. She needed out. Coffee shop, library, anywhere. But when she reached for the door handle to leave, something made her pause. A soft click. Behind her, the closet door, half open again. She turned slowly. The mirror caught her reflection wide-eyed, pale, trembling, and for a fraction of a second, it showed 2 of her. One real, one a step behind. She blinked, and the second figure was gone. Naomi didn't sleep that night. She watched the footage again and again until dawn, each time convincing herself she'd imagined it, that the light had tricked her eyes, that the grain of the video had shifted coincidentally. But she couldn't explain one thing: the timestamp. The video ended at 4:17 a.m., the same time she'd woken. But the last frame wasn't black, it was white, a flash, like a camera going off, except she was asleep when it happened. And when she checked her own camera later, she found a single new photo in the memory card that she didn't take. It showed her, in bed, eyes open, looking directly at the lens. Some people take pictures to remember what's real. Naomi took one to prove she wasn't alone. Naomi didn't leave her apartment the next day. She thought about it several times, standing by the door with her keys in hand, her coat half on, but every time she caught sight of the closet in her peripheral vision, something inside her froze. It wasn't terror exactly. It was curiosity, heavy and irrational. She needed to know what was behind the glass, what it had shown her, and why it felt like that gaze hadn't ended when the camera turned off. She made coffee she didn't drink. The smell of it filled the room but never grew warm enough to chase away the feeling that someone else was sharing her air. She replayed the recording one last time, pausing on the flash. The white light flooded the frame for less than half a second, yet it carried weight, like a breath caught in midair. She could almost hear it, the sound that comes before someone speaks. But there was no one to speak to. Naomi turned off the laptop and crossed the room to the mirror. The crack ran across it like a vein, starting near the top and slicing through the right side of her face in reflection. When she moved left or right, her image followed smoothly, except for the broken line that bent her features apart for a moment before reuniting them. The air around it was colder than the rest of the apartment. She touched the glass. It was colder still. For a second, she thought she saw movement again, not inside the mirror this time, but within its reflection, as if the room behind her was subtly shifting even though she hadn't moved. The light dimmed slightly, or maybe her eyes did. She whispered her own name just to break the silence, and the sound came out small, like something swallowed by distance. She grabbed a screwdriver from her kitchen drawer. It was the only tool she owned, something left over from a half-finished furniture assembly. The mirror was held in place by 4 small screws, 2 on each side of the frame. The paint around them had chipped and bubbled with age. She hesitated, watching her reflection watch her, then forced the first screw loose. It squealed, metal against metal, sharp enough to make her wince. The sound echoed through the room, longer than it should have. The second screw came out easily. The third resisted. The mirror shifted slightly under its own weight, and Naomi pressed one hand against it to steady it. The surface was trembling faintly, almost imperceptibly, like something alive holding its breath. She removed the last screw and lifted the mirror from the wall. The moment it came free, a faint rush of air brushed past her face. She didn't expect that. The wall behind the mirror wasn't flat. There was a gap, a small hollow cut into the plaster, maybe the size of a hand. Inside, darkness. She held up her phone for light. The beam revealed old wood, splintered and uneven. In the center of it was a round hole, perfectly circular, no larger than the width of her finger. The edges were clean, too precise to be accidental. It was a peephole. Naomi stepped back, heart racing. The hole went deeper than she could see, cutting straight through the wall that separated her apartment from the one next door. The neighboring unit had been vacant since she moved in. The landlord said it was under renovation. But the hole wasn't new. The wood around it was darkened, smoothed by time and contact. Someone had used it. She leaned forward cautiously, peering in. At first she saw nothing, just a black tunnel. Then, faintly, the outline of another room emerged, a wall opposite. Faint wallpaper peeling away in places, an empty chair in the corner. She couldn't tell if the light came from her phone or some unseen source in that other space. It looked untouched for years. Dust floated inside like slow snow. Naomi whispered hello. It was ridiculous, but the sound left her lips before she could stop it. The air in the hole seemed to absorb it rather than carry it. No echo came back. She waited, her breath shallow, her eyes still pressed to the gap. Then something shifted on the other side. Not much, just a flicker, a subtle change of tone as if the chair's shadow lengthened. Naomi blinked, pulled back, then looked again. The shadow was gone. The room looked empty. Her own reflection in the glass of her phone hovered over the hole like a pale ghost. She stared into that reflection for a long time, unable to move, caught between disbelief and an old fear she couldn't name. When she finally stepped away, her hand brushed the mirror resting against the floor. The surface tilted, catching the light. For a brief instant, the reflection showed the closet door behind her, and standing beside it, another silhouette, faint, almost transparent, facing the same direction she was. Naomi turned sharply. Nothing there. Just the half-open door, the same familiar darkness inside. The smell of old dust drifted out, mingled with something faintly sweet, like faded perfume. She'd never noticed it before. It made her think of someone standing very close, breathing beside her ear. She moved to the closet, ignoring the tremor in her hands. The wooden floor creaked with every step. The door's handle felt cold, slick with moisture though the room was dry. She pulled it open. Inside was only her hanging clothes, her coat, a few cardboard boxes at the bottom. Nothing out of place. Yet the air was wrong too, still, too deliberate, as if holding itself still for her inspection. She crouched to check the wall from inside the closet. The hole was visible here too, near the back corner, hidden behind an old wooden beam. The same round shape, clean and exact. She could see her phone's light from the other side, glinting faintly through. Naomi reached out and covered it with her fingertip. The hole fit perfectly against her skin. She felt the faint pull of air moving, like a slow inhale. For a moment, she had the dizzying sensation that someone on the other side was doing the same, pressing their finger gently against hers, separated only by the thin wood. She pulled her hand back quickly. Her thoughts tangled. Maybe it was a ventilation hole, maybe a leftover from construction. But her body didn't believe any of those explanations. Every nerve in her spine told her the same thing: she wasn't alone in the wall. That night, Naomi moved her bed to the opposite side of the room, as far from the closet as possible. She left the mirror leaning against the wall, face turned inward. She didn't record anything this time. She couldn't bear the idea of catching another image she couldn't explain. But she didn't sleep. She lay in the dark, counting the distant sounds of the city, listening for the creak of wood that had become part of her nights. When it came, it wasn't from the closet. It was from the wall behind her head. A slow, drawn-out sound of nails dragging over plaster. Naomi sat up, heart thudding, and stared toward the mirror. Even turned away. It seemed aware of her. The air grew colder again, the same metallic taste on her tongue as before. She stood, crossed the room, and reached for it. The instant she touched the frame, a soft thud came from inside the wall, not loud, but definite, as if someone had leaned too hard against the other side. She stepped back instinctively. The mirror shifted on its own, tilting slightly, then settling upright as if balanced by unseen hands. Naomi whispered, "Who's there?" Her voice cracked. No answer. She waited, seconds stretching long enough to feel like minutes. The silence pressed against her ears until it almost rang. Then, faintly, from the hole behind the mirror, came a single exhale, long, steady, unmistakably human. It stopped as abruptly as it started. Naomi stood frozen, her mind trying to wrap itself around that simple sound. Someone had been there, listening, breathing through the same narrow passage. She couldn't prove it, but she didn't need to. The feeling was absolute. By morning, she made up her mind to tell the landlord. But when she went downstairs, the building's office was locked. A neighbor she'd never spoken to, an old woman in a wool coat, passed her in the hall and stopped when Naomi mentioned the empty unit next to hers. The woman frowned slightly. "There hasn't been anyone living there for years," she said. "The last tenant disappeared. They sealed it up after." Naomi didn't answer. She went back upstairs, every step echoing in the stairwell, each one heavier than the last. When she entered her apartment, the mirror was no longer facing the wall. It stood upright again, perfectly aligned with the bed, reflecting the open closet door and the sliver of black inside. She felt the gaze before she saw it, that pinpoint pressure behind her eyes, like a camera, focusing from the dark. The crack in the glass caught the light, and for one fleeting moment, she thought she saw the faintest outline of an eye within it, just below the break. It blinked once, almost politely. Then it was gone. Naomi didn't scream. She just stood there, breathing, staring at her own reflection and realizing that she no longer knew which side of the glass she was on. Naomi waited until daylight before she dared to move the mirror again. She needed proof that she hadn't imagined it, that the crack shaped like an eye wasn't alive or blinking or breathing against the glass. The sunlight was thin, filtered through the grime on her window, but it was enough to show that the reflection was still her face, pale, drawn, framed by the same messy hair she'd had for days. Nothing else. She turned away, but she couldn't forget what the old woman in the hallway had said. There hasn't been anyone living there for years. They sealed it up after. If the apartment next door was sealed, who had made that hole? Who had been close enough to breathe through it? By mid-morning, her curiosity outweighed her fear. She put on her coat, grabbed her phone, and stepped into the corridor. The hallway smelled of plaster and dust. Paint peeled from the walls in thin curls, exposing the gray concrete beneath. The air was heavy, stagnant. The door to the neighboring unit was just a few steps away. Apartment 6B. The number was missing, leaving only a faint outline where it had been. She tried the knob. Locked. But the lock was old. One of those rusted brass ones that could be opened with enough persistence. She hesitated, looking down the hall, half expecting the old woman to appear again. But the corridor was empty. Naomi pressed her ear to the door. No sound. Not even the faint hum of electricity. It felt dead. She slipped a thin hairpin from her coat pocket, bent it slightly, and worked it into the lock. She wasn't sure why she knew how to do this, some half-remembered trick from a friend in college. The metal clicked softly. The door gave way. The smell hit her first, stale air, damp wood, something faintly sweet underneath, like forgotten fruit. She stepped inside. The room was dim, but not completely dark. Pale light leaked in through cracks around the boarded windows, Dust hung in the air like a curtain. Everything was covered in sheets, the furniture, the floorboards, even the walls in some places. The air felt heavier here, as though the room itself had been holding its breath for years. Naomi moved slowly, each step stirring up faint swirls of dust that caught the light like ghosts. Her phone's flashlight revealed what looked like a living room. A table stood in the center, its surface warped and stained. A single chair sat facing the wall, not the table. That struck her as wrong. She lifted the sheet covering it and saw deep scratches on the floor beneath, worn grooves where the legs had been dragged back and forth many times, always stopping in the same place directly opposite the wall she shared with her own apartment. Naomi's stomach tightened. She moved closer to that wall. The plaster there was uneven, patched in places. When she touched it, it felt hollow, almost fragile. She crouched, searching for anything that might match the hole she'd found behind her mirror. Near the baseboard, her light cut a faint circle. A wooden plug fitted neatly into the wall. She pried it loose with her fingernails. Behind it was darkness. And in the middle of that darkness, a thin glint of light. Her own apartment. She could see the back of her mirror through the hole. The crack in the glass shimmered faintly, like a slit pupil in a darkened eye. Naomi's breath caught in her throat. She leaned closer. The air from her own apartment felt colder coming through than the air in this sealed place. Someone had built this. The hole wasn't random. It was deliberate, perfectly aligned with where her mirror now hung. The person who made it must have measured the angle, height, distance, a careful, obsessive act. She stood and looked around the room again. There were other things now that seemed obvious. The table had long grooves scratched into its surface, like marks from fingernails or a knife used too often in the same motion. On one wall hung a cluster of photographs, yellowed and curling at the edges. Most of them were blank, overexposed, but a few showed pieces of rooms, a corner of a bed, a lamp, the edge of a window. In one of them, Naomi recognized her own building's exterior, the same pattern of bricks beneath her window. There was also a notebook on the floor, its cover torn. She picked it up and opened to the first page. The handwriting was faint, almost erased, but she could make out a few words. They move in. They leave the lights on. They never notice. The next page was filled with dates, columns of them, spanning years. Some were crossed out, others marked with small circles. The final entry was dated 3 years ago. Beside it, in smaller writing, someone had added, "She looks directly at me now." Naomi dropped the book. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She backed toward the door, trying not to look at the mirror hole again, but the air behind her shifted. A faint sound rose, a rustle, like fabric brushing against the wall. She turned, the beam of her phone swinging wildly, catching movement for just a heartbeat, the corner of a sheet lifting as though disturbed by a breeze. She froze. There was no breeze. Her mind fought to explain it. Pressure change, her own motion, something mundane. But deep inside she knew what she had heard, the sound of someone stepping lightly behind her, careful not to be seen. She moved faster now, almost running. The sheet fluttered again, this time near the table. She caught sight of something underneath, not furniture, but the edge of a frame. She hesitated, then pulled the fabric away. A large mirror leaned against the wall, almost identical to the one in her apartment, but this one was shattered completely. The glass spiderwebbed into hundreds of jagged pieces. Her reflection was fractured, multiplied, broken into 1,000 staring eyes, and right in the center, one shard remained perfectly smooth, reflecting her whole face. In that shard, something behind her moved. Naomi turned. The doorway stood open, but the light outside seemed dimmer than before, as if the hallway itself had receded. She didn't wait to understand. She ran. The corridor felt longer going back. Her footsteps echoed unevenly, sometimes matching, sometimes answered by another set just out of sync with her own. When she reached her door, she slammed it shut and locked it. Only then did she realize she was shaking. The apartment was silent again, unchanged. The mirror still leaned against the wall, its crack glinting in the morning light. Nothing moved. Yet she couldn't shake the certainty that something had followed her back through the wall, not a person, but the gaze itself. She sat on the floor trying to breathe. The old woman's voice from the hallway echoed in her mind. They sealed it up after. After what? Naomi took out her phone and searched the building's name online. Most listings were old, forgotten pages with expired numbers. Finally, she found a small local article from 1998. Tenant missing. In Midtown Brownstone, police find surveillance hole between apartments. The photo showed the same building, the same top floor windows. The victim's name was written below. Joseph R. Wilder, 42, amateur photographer, last seen leaving his job at a camera repair shop. Neighbors reported strange noises and the smell of chemicals. Police found dozens of undeveloped film rolls inside his apartment. The article ended with a line that made her skin crawl. Authorities believe Mr. Wilder may have recorded his neighbors through modified mirrors. Naomi closed the browser. The reflection of her phone screen flickered on the cracked mirror beside her. Her own name whispered back at her in her thoughts, as though the wall itself had memorized it. That night, she tried not to look at the mirror. She left the light on, but it only made things worse. The brighter the room, the more she saw movement in the crack, subtle distortions, the glass flexing as though something beneath it was breathing slowly. Around midnight, she heard a faint sound through the wall again. This time, it wasn't scraping. It was the unmistakable click of a camera shutter. Naomi froze, her body tightening with cold clarity. Once, then again. A pause, then a third click. Her phone lay on the table, the screen dark. The camera icon glowed faintly for no reason she could understand. She turned it face down, but the clicks continued steady and patient, until they seemed to come from every direction: the walls, the ceiling, the floor. She covered her ears, but the sound wasn't loud. It was inside her head now, each click like a pulse. She looked toward the mirror and saw a faint flash behind the crack, as if someone were taking photographs through the glass. Naomi stumbled forward, grabbed the mirror with both hands, and threw it face down onto the floor. The glass shattered, scattering light in all directions. Silence followed, thick and absolute. For a moment, she thought it was over. She stood there, breathing hard, surrounded by fragments that glimmered faintly with her own reflection. Then one of the shards near her foot pulsed just once like a heartbeat under glass, and from the wall behind the broken frame came a single sound. A whisper. Soft, close, almost kind. "I can see you now." Naomi backed away until she hit the opposite wall. She didn't move again for a long time. She didn't sleep. She only stared at the pieces of glass on the floor, waiting for them to blink. And she knew, with a cold certainty that had no logic and needed none, that the eye behind the wall no longer needed the mirror to watch her. Naomi woke with the taste of dust in her mouth, and the light already fading from the window. For a long moment she lay still, not sure if she had slept or simply stopped moving for a few hours. The apartment smelled of cold plaster, old paint, and something faintly chemical like the memory of a place that had been sealed for too long. She sat up slowly, listening. The world was quiet, but not empty. Behind the silence was a tension she could feel in her teeth. She went to the mirror. It still stood upright, facing the bed, the crack catching the dull daylight like a wound. Her reflection looked back thin, exhausted, ghostly pale, but for the first time since the night before, it didn't move when she did. There was no flicker, no blink out of sync. That should have comforted her, but it didn't. It just meant whatever had been there was patient. The thought of the hole behind the glass, that perfectly cut circle leading into another room, kept gnawing at her. If the neighbor's apartment was sealed, what was on the other side? She'd asked the landlord's office that morning, but no one answered. The hallway was always empty. The woman who'd spoken to her yesterday was nowhere to be found. Naomi told herself she would look once, just once, so she could prove to herself there was nothing there. The hallway outside smelled like damp paper. Every light flickered with a slow, uncertain rhythm. Apartment 6, B's door, sat at the end of the hall, colorless under the weak bulbs. The number was missing. Only the 2 screw holes remained like tiny eyes staring out. She tried the handle. It didn't move. She pressed her ear to the wood. Nothing. No sound of air, no hum of a refrigerator, not even the hollow whisper of a vacant room. It felt compressed, as if the space beyond the door wasn't empty, but filled with something heavy, waiting. Her hand tightened on the handle. It wasn't bravery. It was anger, the helpless kind that comes from too many nights without sleep. She kicked the bottom of the door. The sound ran down the hall, came back to her, and settled into her chest like a second heartbeat. On the 3rd kick, the frame cracked, and the door gave way enough to slip through. The air inside hit her like a damp cloth, thick, stale, touched by mold, and something faintly sweet underneath, like perfume left to rot. The room was nearly dark. Wooden planks covered the windows, but thin lines of daylight slipped through the gaps, painting the walls in stripes. Dust lay on everything in soft layers that muffled her steps. It looked like no one had lived there for decades, yet the air felt recently disturbed. Chairs stood at odd angles. A single table sat in the center of the room, one leg broken and repaired with wire. Against the far wall, a mattress rested directly on the floor, its sheets stiff with age. She saw the marks on the wall above it, first circles drawn in pencil, faint and repeated, all centered on a single point where the plaster was discolored. Naomi's breath caught. The marks were at the same height as the hole in her own apartment. She walked closer, kneeling to touch them. The plaster gave slightly under her fingers. She pressed harder, and a small section crumbled away, exposing the wooden panel beneath. The panel had a clean, round puncture cut straight through it. She shone her phone's flashlight into the gap. The light traveled through and landed on the back of her own mirror. The surface shimmered faintly. She could even see the outline of her reflection blurred in the beam. For a long moment she stared at the circle, hypnotized. The idea that this hidden hole had looked into her life, into her sleep, maybe even her thoughts, was so simple and so vile that she couldn't breathe. A rustling sound came from behind her. Naomi turned sharply. One of the sheets covering the furniture had shifted. She froze, her eyes straining against the dimness. The sheet lay still now, folded softly around something tall and narrow. She took a step closer and pulled it away. Underneath stood another mirror, larger than hers, older. The glass was warped, blackened around the edges. It reflected almost nothing, just the faint silhouette of her face and the light from her phone. She lifted the phone higher, the beam catching the surface. Beneath the dust, she could see smears, like the traces of palms or faces pressed too close to the glass. She backed away, her stomach turning. Someone had stood here, staring through that hole for years, maybe decades, watching the rooms beyond, changing the glass every time it clouded with breath. Her light swept across the floor and landed on something else. A box, wooden, half-rotted, filled with stacks of film canisters. Each one was labeled by hand. Apartment 6, amperes. Apartment 5, B. Some had names, others just had dates. Naomi picked one up. The handwriting was spidery, careful. Her own apartment number was on the label. Beneath it, the word new tenant. Her throat tightened. She set the canister down quickly, the metal cold and greasy against her palm. Then, behind her, something creaked. She turned again, the light swinging wildly across the room. The chair near the wall had moved just slightly, its legs scraping faintly against the floorboards. There was no wind. The air thickened. Naomi's pulse pounded in her ears. She stepped backward toward the door. The chair moved again, slow, deliberate, as if pushed from behind. The beam of her phone flickered. For half a second she saw what was behind it. A figure, pale, translucent, almost part of the wall, watching her through the hole. She didn't see a face, only the shape of one eye, round, unblinking, impossibly still. She blinked, and it was gone. Naomi ran. She didn't think. Her body simply obeyed. The hallway was darker than before. Every door she passed looked wrong. misaligned. Her apartment door stood open, though she was sure she had locked it. Inside, the air felt colder, the shadows longer. The mirror was still leaning against the wall, but the crack had widened, running jaggedly from top to bottom like a vein of light. She shut the door behind her and locked it twice. Then she collapsed onto the floor, the phone shaking in her hand. The screen lit her face, reflected again and again in the fragments of broken glass around the mirror. She opened her camera app without thinking and switched to video. She wanted to record it. Proof, evidence, anything to convince herself this wasn't madness. The screen showed her pale outline, the mirror behind her, the empty room. Nothing moved. Then, slowly, the reflection changed. Her own image stayed still, but another figure appeared over her shoulder, faint at first, then clear, as though walking out of the wall. It had no eyes, only darkness where eyes should have been. Naomi spun around. There was nothing there. When she turned back, the reflection was gone. Her camera was still recording, the red light blinking. She played it back immediately. The footage was nearly identical, except for the end. In the final second, the figure turned toward the camera, leaned close, and in the instant before the screen went black, a voice whispered through the speaker, "Don't move." The phone slipped from her hand. She backed into the corner, heart hammering, breath catching on dry air. Every nerve in her body screamed to run. But where? The hallway was darker now. The exit stairwell was at the far end. The building seemed to listen for her decision. She picked up her phone again, clutching it like a weapon. The battery icon flashed red. She aimed it toward the mirror one last time. The crack gleamed faintly in the low light. She stepped closer, almost against her will. The mirror's surface pulsed, subtle but real, like the thin stretch of skin over a living eye. And then, behind the glass, something shifted. Not a reflection this time, but depth, real depth, as if there were a room behind it. And within that room, a person standing perfectly still. Naomi reached out her hand. The surface was cold, but it gave slightly under her touch. She pressed harder. The crack spread under her palm, light bleeding from it like veins under thin skin. The mirror wasn't solid anymore. It felt like touching water. A sudden pressure came from the other side, someone's hand, pressing back. Naomi pulled away with a gasp. The crack burst outward, splitting the mirror completely. Glass cascaded to the floor. The noise filled the apartment, and then faded just as quickly, swallowed by the silence. She stood, staring at the wall behind the frame. The hole was there again, larger now, no longer perfectly round but torn wide open. Cold air seeped through, carrying a scent of dust and decay. She leaned forward, peering into the blackness beyond. It wasn't empty. The faint outline of a face stared back from the darkness, inches away, the skin gray and translucent, the eye bright and fixed on hers. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It only watched. Naomi stumbled backward until she hit the opposite wall. Her chest ached. She couldn't breathe. The hole looked smaller again now, harmless, just a dark circle in an old wall. But she knew what she'd seen. When morning came, she sat in the same place, surrounded by shards of glass. The sunlight poured through the window, indifferent. Across the room, the hole gleamed faintly, like the pupil of something half asleep but still aware. Naomi couldn't see it move anymore, but she felt it watching every time she tried to close her eyes. Morning returned to Naomi's apartment with indifferent light, the kind that failed to warm anything it touched. She sat on the floor for hours, surrounded by shards of the shattered mirror, too afraid to sweep them away. The air was heavy and dry, and every sound, the ticking of her watch, the groan of the building, even the rustle of her breath seemed wrong, slightly delayed, as if time in the apartment no longer moved at the same pace as the world outside. She hadn't slept. She hadn't eaten. The hole in the wall, half hidden by the broken frame, stared back at her with a patient calm. The wind outside pressed softly against the windows, and with every push, she imagined the wall inhaling. By noon, she finally moved. Her limbs ached as if she had aged years overnight. She gathered the shards of glass into a pile and set them in the corner, careful not to let any piece face her. She covered the hole with a towel, nailing the corners in place. It was a temporary barrier, childish maybe, but it made her heart beat slower. She told herself she would leave. She would call a friend, pack a bag, check into a hotel. It was the simplest solution. She picked up her phone to dial, but the screen lit on its own before she touched it. For a moment she thought it was a glitch, until she saw the camera app opening by itself. The image filled the screen, her face, pale and wide-eyed, filmed through the front camera. Then, without her pressing anything, the view shifted. The phone flipped to the rear lens. It was pointing directly at the towel-covered wall. Naomi dropped the device. It clattered to the floor and skidded across the wood. The recording continued. She could hear the faint rustle of fabric through the speaker. Slowly, impossibly, the towel was moving, its edges lifting as though stirred by breath. Then it fell away completely, revealing the hole again, round, dark, pulsing faintly with shadow. She snatched the phone and stopped the recording. Her fingers trembled so hard she almost dropped it again. The video was saved automatically. The thumbnail showed a single frame, the towel on the floor, and, in the hole, something pale and curved, like the edge of a human cheek. Naomi stood staring at it for a long time, then deleted the file. It didn't help. When she checked her gallery again, the video had returned, as if copied back from somewhere else. She deleted it again. The same thing happened. She put the phone face down, unplugged the lamp, and sat on the bed. The air was colder now. The light from the window faded, even though it wasn't yet evening. Dust floated through the dimness, swirling slowly as if stirred by someone walking through the room. She pressed her hands together and whispered to herself that it was over, that there was no one in the wall, no one watching. But the words came out dry, like the voice of a stranger. She glanced at the hole again. The light around it seemed thicker. For a second she thought the plaster was bulging outward, but when she blinked, it looked normal. She kept staring. The darkness inside the hole wasn't still anymore. It had depth now, a slow swirl like smoke underwater. Naomi stood up, walked to the kitchen, and returned with a roll of duct tape. She taped the towel tighter, pressing hard along the edges until it sealed completely. Then she turned and walked toward the door, keys in hand. She had made it halfway across the room when the sound came, a faint, crisp tearing. The tape was coming loose. She turned back in time to see one corner peel away from the wall. The towel sagged, then dropped to the floor. The hole was open again, perfectly round, perfectly still. Naomi's heart lurched. She ran to the door, grabbed the handle and twisted. It didn't move. The lock turned halfway and jammed. She yanked harder, but it was as if someone on the other side was holding it shut. Behind her, the sound of breathing began, soft, rhythmic, coming through the hole. It was the kind of breathing that matched her own, deliberate and measured, but slightly out of sync, a half beat behind, as though mocking her. She turned slowly, every movement dragging against the weight of the room. The hole glimmered faintly. The air smelled of iron and something faintly floral. Naomi stepped backward until her shoulders hit the wall beside the door. She whispered, "Who are you?" Her voice cracked. The answer came instantly, not through words, but through movement. A shape filled the hole. Flesh, gray and soft, pressed against the opening from the other side, warping slightly under pressure. The outline of an eye appeared, perfectly centered, gleaming with reflected light. The pupil widened, focusing. Naomi's knees gave way. She fell against the door, unable to look away. The eye blinked once, slow, deliberate, almost human, and then retreated into the dark. She wanted to scream, but couldn't. The air had thickened until every breath was a struggle. A sound followed, the faint scrape of fingernails on wood. It came from inside the wall, traveling up and across the plaster, until it reached the ceiling. Dust drifted down like ash. Then the scratching began behind her. On the other side of the door, Naomi spun, clawing at the handle. This time it turned. She stumbled into the hallway, slamming the door behind her. The corridor was empty. The lights buzzed faintly, flickering in slow rhythm. She could hear her own heartbeat echoing off the walls. For a few moments, she just stood there, waiting for the noise to stop. When it didn't, she ran down the hall to the stairwell. But the stairwell door wouldn't open either. The metal handle felt warm under her palm, almost alive. She pressed her ear to the door and heard something breathing on the other side. She backed away, shaking. The whole building felt awake now, the floor shifting under her feet, the air humming faintly like an electric current. Somewhere below, a door slammed, then another. The sound climbed upward, floor by floor, as if the building itself were exhaling. Naomi ran back to her apartment. The door was open. She stopped in the doorway, staring. The light inside was wrong. It didn't come from the window or the ceiling, it came from the wall where the hole had been. The plaster glowed faintly from within, a soft golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She stepped closer despite herself. The hole had widened again. The edges were wet, glistening, as though the wall had turned organic. From its center came a faint whisper, almost gentle. It sounded like her own voice, echoing back words she hadn't said aloud. "Don't look away." Her legs trembled. The whisper repeated, louder, carrying something like longing. "Don't look away." Naomi took one step back. The light grew brighter. Then the wall split. Not violently, but smoothly, opening like a mouth. Behind it was not another apartment, but a narrow space lined with mirrors, hundreds of them, stacked and leaning, reflecting her image infinitely backward. Between those reflections, faces appeared, half-formed and flickering, all watching. She fell to her knees, hands over her ears. The whispering grew louder, layered now with voices of every tone and age. They spoke over one another, endless, echoing the same words. "Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't." Naomi screamed, though she barely heard it. The light exploded, filling the room, white and absolute. When the brightness faded, the apartment was quiet again. The hole in the wall was gone. So was the towel, the mirror, and every shard of glass. The wall looked new, freshly painted, smooth. Naomi stood in the middle of the room, her mind hollow. The city's noise drifted faintly from outside. Traffic, voices, life. She turned in a slow circle, touching the wall, the floor, the furniture. Everything was clean. The air smelled faintly of lemon polish and plaster dust. It could have been any empty apartment in New York. She tried to remember how long she had been there. Days, weeks, it no longer mattered. She walked to the door, turned the knob, and stepped into the hall. The lights were steady now, bright. Downstairs, she heard someone speaking to a moving crew. She descended the steps, her voice small and calm. A man in a work uniform looked up from a clipboard when he saw her. "You must be the new tenant," he said with a smile. "You're early. We're just finishing the prep upstairs. They finally reopened that old unit on 6. Had to knock down the wall between the two rooms. It was full of mirrors. Can you believe that?" Naomi stared at him, her lips parting but no sound coming out. He continued, cheerful and unaware. Whole place was sealed up since the 90s. Some weirdo used to live there, a photographer or something. But it's fine now, all cleaned out. No more eyes watching you from the walls. She turned slowly toward the stairwell. "I just need a moment," she whispered. "Take your time," the man said, already scribbling on his form. Naomi climbed back to the 6th floor. The hallway was brighter, freshly painted. Her door stood open. Inside, everything gleamed, the furniture gone, the walls smooth, the air carrying the faint hum of new wiring. She walked to where the mirror had once been. There was no mark, no hole, only her reflection in the fresh white paint, dim, imperfect. But there, she reached out to touch it. The surface was dry and cold. Still, for a moment, she thought she saw something shimmer beneath it. A faint, slow blink from within the wall, patient and familiar. Naomi smiled without realizing it, her hand still pressed to the spot. From somewhere behind the plaster, a soft whisper answered her touch. Now you see. And the wall, just for a second, breathed. Story 3. The Perpetual Runner. The air had grown colder since the last checkpoint. Sarah didn't notice it at first. She was focused on her pace, her breathing, the steady rhythm of her shoes against the dirt path. The race was called the Moonlight Marathon, one of those new endurance events that promised transcendence through exhaustion. She'd signed up out of curiosity, maybe a bit of arrogance. She'd run dozens of marathons before, even an ultramarathon through the desert once. But this was supposed to be different. A midnight run through an ancient forest. Quiet, solitary, spiritual. By the 5th hour, the others had spread out far behind and ahead of her. The narrow trail twisted between gnarled trees, their roots curling up from the earth like veins. A mist had crept in, low and silver under the glow of her headlamp. Her watch said 2:37 a.m. Her hydration pack was almost empty. The official route markers had stopped appearing half an hour ago. She slowed, scanning for the next reflective strip, but there was only fog and darkness. She wasn't afraid yet. Races like this were designed to disorient you. Maybe she'd taken a wrong turn, maybe the organizers forgot a marker. She kept moving. The sound of her own footsteps filled the world's soft thuds on the dirt, the occasional snap of a twig. Every so often she thought she heard another pair of steps just behind hers, matching rhythm for rhythm. But when she slowed, they stopped too. Her chest ached from the cold. The forest smelled faintly of pine and damp metal. The wind moved strangely, never in the same direction, twice. She turned off her headlamp for a moment and was swallowed by pure darkness. It was like standing in ink. Then she turned it back on and saw something ahead, a glint, metallic, reflecting the beam. At first, she thought it was a signpost or a piece of abandoned machinery. But as she drew closer, the shape became clearer. It was a treadmill. It stood alone in the clearing, tilted slightly on uneven ground, its black surface shining with condensation. No cables, no plugs, no generator. Just a treadmill, the kind you'd find in an old gym, its digital screen dark and lifeless. Sarah stopped a few meters away. Her first thought was that it was a hallucination. Sleep deprivation and adrenaline could play tricks on runners. But the machine was solid, real. She reached out, touched the cold metal bar, half expecting it to vanish. It didn't. She laughed nervously. "What the hell?" she whispered to herself, her voice small in the emptiness. Her watch buzzed a low battery warning. She checked the GPS. The map was frozen. Her last logged location was 5 miles back. No signal. She turned in a slow circle. The path she came from had vanished into the mist. No direction looked different from the rest. For the first time, she felt a prickle of panic beneath her ribs. The temperature had dropped again. Her fingers ached. The treadmill looked absurdly inviting, like a piece of civilization dropped in the middle of nowhere. It even had a towel draped over the handle, stiff and gray with age. She told herself she'd rest for a moment, maybe use it as shelter against the wind. She climbed onto the platform, gripping the side rails for balance. The surface was slick, cold beneath her shoes. She took a few tentative steps. The belt didn't move. She pressed her weight forward. Still nothing. Of course not, it wasn't plugged in. She looked down at the base again and saw no slot for power at all. Sarah was about to step off when the belt shifted. It was subtle at first. A slow, grinding hum, then a creak. The machine moved under her feet, the belt turning with each step she took, perfectly matched to her rhythm. She froze. The motion stopped. She took another step. It started again. Her breath came out white in the air. The screen flickered faintly to life. No numbers appeared. Only a pulsing white line that seemed to sync with her heartbeat. Sarah swallowed hard. "Okay," she whispered. "Weird." She stepped down and circled the machine, inspecting it. There was no make, no logo, no manufacturer label. The belt was damp but not muddy, even though it stood in the open. She crouched to look beneath it, nothing but hard ground and roots. She looked around again for any sign of other runners, any sound that didn't belong to her own breathing. The forest was silent, not even insects. Then she heard it. A single, hollow footstep behind her. She spun around. Nothing. The mist moved lazily through the trees. She turned back to the treadmill. The towel that had been draped over the handle was gone. Her heart climbed into her throat. She stepped closer, staring at the empty handlebar. The air felt thicker now. Something about the silence had changed. It was listening. Sarah reached for the machine again, fingertips brushing the cold metal. The belt shifted slightly, on its own this time. She backed away. Her shoe hit something solid. She looked down. The towel was at her feet. Damp. Heavy. She didn't remember picking it up, or even seeing it fall. When she lifted it with 2 fingers, a smell of sweat and salt rose from it, human, recent. Her breath came faster. She dropped the towel and took a step back toward the trail. There had to be a road nearby, a checkpoint, something, but every direction looked the same. Trees, fog, distance. She turned toward where she thought the path might be and began to walk. But after 20 steps, she saw it again, the same clearing, the same treadmill waiting for her. She froze. "No," she said softly, shaking her head. She turned in the opposite direction and walked faster. Within minutes, she reached the same spot again. Her throat tightened. No. The forest wasn't large. It couldn't be. Yet the treadmill stood there, exactly where she'd left it, patient and expectant, as if the rest of the world had shifted around it. Her body was trembling now. She hadn't eaten since the start of the race. Her last sip of water was hours ago. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by something colder. She climbed back onto the treadmill because there was nowhere else to go. The moment her feet touched the belt, it began to move, smoothly this time, without a sound. The screen glowed faintly again, 1 white line pulsing, steady, then 2, in rhythm with her steps. She ran. At first, she told herself it was just to keep warm, just until morning. She would run, build heat, and when the sun rose, she'd find her bearings. But the night didn't seem to end. She glanced at her watch. 3:12 a.m. She ran harder. Her breath fogged the air. Her heart pounded. The white line on the treadmill screen brightened. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to remember the last person she saw. The other runners, the crowd at the starting line, the sound of laughter. It all felt distant now, like a dream receding at dawn. When she opened her eyes again, the forest looked different. The trees seemed taller, their branches interlocking above her like ribs. The air had grown thicker, the mist heavier. She looked down at her watch again. 3:12 a.m. The time hadn't moved. She slowed, lifted her wrist closer. The seconds weren't ticking. The face was frozen. Her pulse thundered in her ears, but the digital line on the treadmill pulsed steadily, in time with something else, something not hers. Sarah stopped running. The belt kept moving. Her body lurched. She tried to step off, but the motion pulled her backward. She grabbed the handlebars. The treadmill had no switch, no cord, no control panel, but it was accelerating. The fog swallowed the trees, the ground, the horizon. Only the machine remained visible, glowing faintly beneath her feet. Her legs screamed. Her throat burned. She looked down and saw that a reflection was forming on the black belt, her face staring up at her. Eyes wide, mouth open as if gasping for breath. She screamed. The sound echoed through the forest and came back warped, slower, as if spoken by someone else. Her watch beeped once. The screen flickered. The date flashed briefly 5 days earlier. Then it went dark. Sarah kept running, because to stop meant to fall. To stop meant to feel the machine's hunger closing in. The white line on the screen thickened into words she could barely read through her sweat-blurred vision. Keep pace. Her knees buckled. She gasped. The forest seemed to tilt, folding in on itself. The machine hummed louder. She ran, even as her lungs burned, even as her mind began to split between each step and the next, between the rhythm of her heartbeat and the pulse of something deeper. And through it all, she thought she heard a voice behind the rhythm, soft, patient, repeating in perfect sync with her footfalls. Don't stop now. You're almost there. She didn't know where there was. She only knew she couldn't stop. When Sarah opened her eyes, the forest hadn't changed. The same mist drifted in slow ribbons through the air. The same narrow clearing stretched around her, and the same faint hum came from beneath her feet. She didn't remember collapsing, but her knees ached, and her throat burned as if she'd been screaming. She was still standing on the treadmill. The belt wasn't moving now, but her body was trembling, her calves quivering with the ghost of motion. Her first thought was to check her watch. The screen glowed faintly, a sliver of light in the fog. It read 3:12 a.m., the same as before. She blinked, waiting for the seconds to tick forward. They didn't. She pressed the side button. Nothing changed. The time was trapped, still and perfect, as though the world had chosen to stop right there and forget how to move again. Her hands were shaking. She climbed off the treadmill. The ground beneath her feet felt unreal, softer than dirt should be, like a floor covered in dust. She took a few steps away from the clearing and looked back only once. The treadmill stood silent, shining faintly with dew. She didn't know how long she'd been running, or whether it had been hours or minutes or days, but her body didn't feel tired the way it should have. It felt hollow. She started walking. Every tree looked identical. She tried to move in a straight line, choosing a direction and sticking with it. But after 10 minutes, the fog grew denser. The air pressed against her chest. Her breath echoed in her ears as though she were inside a tunnel. The dirt beneath her shoes grew smoother. She looked down and realized she was walking on the same path she had taken earlier, the one leading directly back to the treadmill. No, she whispered. She turned around and walked faster. After a few minutes, she saw it again. The same clearing, the same machine, waiting for her like an animal pretending to sleep. She stopped at the edge of the mist, her pulse thrumming behind her eyes. The screen of the treadmill flickered faintly, a pulse of white light, steady and calm. Sarah spun on her heel, breaking into a jog in the opposite direction. She counted her steps, whispering under her breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, like she did in every marathon when her body wanted to quit. She ran until her lungs burned, until the mist turned her vision gray. Then, up ahead, through the haze, she saw movement shapes, tall and narrow, like people standing among the trees. Relief hit her chest. "Hey," she shouted. "Hey, over here!" The figures didn't move. She slowed, breathing hard. The fog shifted, and she saw that the shapes weren't people at all. They were mirrors, dozens of them, mounted on thin wooden poles, each one facing her from a different angle. They reflected the faint light of her headlamp and the dull gleam of the treadmill behind her. She stepped closer to one. Her reflection looked wrong, slightly delayed, her eyes blinking half a second after she did. The image rippled like water. She turned away quickly, but the reflection didn't follow. It stood still, smiling faintly when she wasn't. Sarah backed away. Her foot hit the base of another mirror, and it toppled, shattering into the soft dirt without a sound. She looked down at the fragments. The shards didn't reflect her face anymore. They showed the clearing different, darker. The treadmill still stood there, but someone else was on it. A woman, running. Sarah crouched, her breath caught in her throat. The runner's hair was long and dark, plastered to her face with sweat. Her expression was blank, mechanical. Sarah's hand trembled as she picked up one of the shards. The woman in it slowed for a moment and turned her head toward her, as if sensing she was being watched. It was Sarah. She dropped the shard, and the image disappeared into the mud. Panic bloomed sharp and sudden in her chest. She ran again, faster this time, her thoughts disintegrating into pure instinct. But no matter how far she went, the forest folded back into itself, the trees blending together in a gray blur. Eventually the treadmill appeared ahead once more, patient, still, exactly as before. Her legs buckled. She sank to her knees and screamed into the fog, her voice scattering like dust. The sound didn't travel far. It came back softer, distorted, like someone else whispering her name. She stared at the machine. It was waiting. She knew it would be easier to climb back on than to fight the loop again. She hated that the thought felt logical. After a long silence, she stood and approached. The screen glowed brighter now, faint numbers flickering across it. 0 hours. Beneath that, a single word. Resume. She shook her head, whispering, "No, no, no," under her breath. But her hands reached for the side rails anyway. Her shoes hit the belt. The surface hummed. The display reset. The timer began, and her body obeyed. She ran. Each step felt weightless, automatic. The air around her grew warmer even as the world beyond the treadmill faded into shadow. The fog swirled around the edges of the clearing like smoke contained by invisible glass. She looked down at her watch again, still frozen at 3:12, but now the display on the treadmill was changing, the numbers spinning too fast to read. She didn't recognize the units. They weren't time or distance. They looked like coordinates, maybe, or heartbeat intervals. Her vision blurred. She blinked and saw flashes, faces of other runners, voices shouting at the starting line, someone handing her a water bottle. Then the images shifted. The runners were different. Their bibs had different years printed on them. The race banner was older, the colors faded. She stumbled, grabbing the handrails. "No," she gasped. "That's not possible." The display pulsed brighter. For a moment she thought she saw her reflection again in the black screen. Eyes hollow, cheeks drawn. Behind her reflection stood another figure, barely visible. A man with a pale face and a crooked smile. She turned, but there was no one there. The forest was changing. The mist wasn't gray anymore. It was white, glowing faintly as though lit from within. The trees were motionless, their branches reaching upward like frozen veins. Everything had stopped moving except her. She could feel the rhythm of the treadmill through her bones, syncing with her pulse. And then she understood. The loop wasn't just space. It was time. The forest wasn't a place she was trapped in. It was a circuit, an endless path designed to feed on motion. Every step she took powered something older than she could imagine. That was why the treadmill never needed electricity. That was why the air grew warmer when she ran. The thought should have terrified her, but it didn't. It brought a strange calm. At least it meant she wasn't imagining it. She tried to stop again, to step off. The belt fought her. It pulled her forward with gentle insistence, like the tide reclaiming a shell. She pushed back harder, till her muscles screamed, but the machine moved with her, faster, hungrier. Her breath came in short gasps. Her head swam. The timer on the screen reset again, 0 hours over and over, flashing faster each time. She was losing count of her own heartbeats. The air burned her lungs. She thought she could hear music now, faint and rhythmic, the same beat as her footfalls. She tried one last time to jump off. Her left foot caught the edge of the belt and she fell forward, hitting the ground hard. The treadmill didn't stop. It kept moving beneath her, the belt grazing her palms as she crawled away. When she looked back, the screen was still flashing. In the reflection, she saw the forest dissolving, the trees folding inward until only blackness remained. The treadmill glowed in the dark, like a heartbeat. Then, faintly, she heard footsteps, many of them coming from all directions. Voices followed, breathless, strained, familiar. "Sarah," someone called, distant and broken. "Keep going." She turned toward the sound, her eyes wide. Shapes emerged from the fog, people running, hundreds of them, faces slack, eyes unfocused. Their movements were perfect, synchronized, endless. They weren't looking at her. They were running around her, past her, through her. The ground beneath them blurred, and where they ran, more treadmills appeared, lined up like graves, each one pulsing with faint white light. Sarah stumbled backward, clutching her head. "Stop," she whispered. "Please, stop." But they didn't. The fog throbbed with their rhythm. Every step they took vibrated through the soil, feeding the hum beneath her feet. She could feel it, an engine made of muscle and breath and willpower, spinning endlessly, powered by exhaustion itself. She fell to her knees. The world tilted again. The air tasted metallic. The runners passed through her like shadows. leaving trails of warmth that faded instantly. One of them slowed. A woman, pale, her face streaked with dirt and sweat. Sarah recognized her from the mirror's reflection, the same long hair, the same hollow eyes. The woman stopped beside her, panting softly. "You can rest now," she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. "It's all right." Sarah shook her head, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her face. "I don't understand." The woman smiled faintly. "You don't have to. None of us did. Just run until it's quiet. Then it takes someone new." Before Sarah could reply, the woman stepped backward and faded into the mist, joining the others in their endless circuit. The fog swallowed her completely. Sarah crawled toward the treadmill. The belt had stopped. The screen was dark again. She touched the side rail. It was warm, pulsing faintly under her fingertips, like skin. The forest was silent. She stood, dizzy, and looked around. The runners were gone. The mist had thinned. She could see faint light through the trees, now gray dawn, or something that looked like it. Her body trembled. Maybe she'd broken the loop. Maybe she was free. She took one hesitant step away from the treadmill. And then she heard it again. The rhythmic thud of footsteps. Only one pair this time. Behind her. She turned slowly. The treadmill was moving again. The screen glowed. Her watch buzzed once. The display flickered to life. 3:12 a.m. Sarah stared at it, her breath catching in her throat. Then she laughed softly. A broken, exhausted sound. She stepped back onto the treadmill, and the forest began to move. Sarah no longer knew if she was awake or dreaming. The distinction had dissolved sometime between the 100th and the 1,000th stride. Her body still moved. That much she could feel the endless rhythm of footfalls, the heartbeat that no longer obeyed exhaustion, the air cutting into her throat with mechanical precision. But her mind was somewhere above it all, detached, floating like a spectator watching herself from far away. The treadmill carried her forward, but she didn't feel motion anymore. The forest around her had become a smear of gray, an unbroken tunnel of mist and dead trees that never grew closer or farther away. The world moved with her, a painted backdrop turning just enough to maintain the illusion of progress. Every few minutes or hours or days, she couldn't tell, she looked down at her wrist. The watch still read 3:12 a.m. The seconds never changed. The heart rate monitor blinked steadily, mocking her. Once, in the early miles of the race, that little green light had been her lifeline, the silent reassurance that she was still alive. Now it was a lie, an artificial pulse in place of her own. She remembered the first time she'd worn the watch. It had been a gift from her brother, a fancy sports model with GPS, heart rate tracker, and solar battery. "It keeps you honest," he'd said, laughing as he strapped it onto her wrist before her first major marathon. "You can't cheat time." Time, she thought now, had cheated her. Instead, her vision wavered. She blinked and saw something strange on the treadmill's display, a reflection that wasn't hers. It showed a man's face for an instant, pale and expressionless, standing exactly where she was but not moving. Then the screen flickered and returned to blank white. The air pressed against her lungs. She slowed, but the belt adjusted to her pace, forcing her onward. She lifted her wrist again. The watch face glowed brighter, as if aware of her attention. Beneath the frozen time, new text appeared, faint gray letters crawling slowly across the display. Calories burned. 0. The numbers began to climb. She stared, horrified, as they spun upward in increments too fast to read, climbing past thousands, millions. Her pulse spiked. She tried to pull the watch off, but the strap tightened, digging into her skin. The numbers flickered wildly, then reset to 0. A new word appeared. Resume. "No," she whispered. "No, I'm done. I'm done." Her voice disappeared into the mist. She ripped at the strap again. Nails tearing skin. The buckle wouldn't budge. Blood welled up in tiny beads, running down her forearm. The watch absorbed it. The green light blinked faster. Sarah stumbled, nearly falling, but the treadmill kept her upright. The forest shifted slightly, as though something enormous had inhaled. Her surroundings changed. The fog peeled back to reveal shapes in the distant structures, faintly visible through the gloom. She squinted, trying to make them out. Rows of treadmills stretched endlessly into the horizon, each one occupied. Men and women of every age ran in perfect unison, heads bowed, faces slack. Their bodies shimmered faintly with sweat or light or both. None of them looked up. None of them stopped. The sight made her chest tighten. She screamed, but her voice came out as a dry rasp. "Hey, can you hear me?" No answer. She ran harder, desperate to reach the nearest runner. But no matter how fast she moved, the distance between them never changed. They were close enough to see, but impossibly far to reach, like reflections on glass. She slowed again, gasping, and the belt slowed with her. The runners vanished into mist. The world folded back into the clearing. Her body was trembling violently now. Every breath scraped like sandpaper. She pressed one hand against her chest, expecting to feel the thud of her heartbeat, but there was nothing. Her chest rose and fell, but no pulse met her fingers. The realization came slow and heavy, like a tide creeping over her mind. The machine was running for her. She looked down. The treadmill screen glowed a dull red now. The word energy pulsed across it, followed by her name. Her legs buckled. She grabbed the handrails to steady herself, shaking her head. "No," she whispered. "That's not me. That's not." A faint hum rose beneath the ground, spreading outward from the machine. The soil vibrated softly, like distant thunder. The forest seemed to lean closer. She thought she heard whispering again, the same soft voice that had haunted her before. But now there were others with it, dozens, hundreds, all layered together. Their words were indistinct at first, a rhythm that matched her breathing. Then, gradually, she began to understand. "Run, run, run." She clamped her hands over her ears. "Stop it, stop." The whispering grew louder, circling her. "Keep pace, keep pace, keep pace." Her body moved on its own. Her feet hit the belt again. The machine responded instantly, speeding up, the hum beneath her, deepening into a steady drone. The forest blurred into streaks of gray. She closed her eyes. "Please," she whispered, "just let me go." The voices softened, merging into one calm, almost tender. "You are going. You've always been going." Her breath hitched. What does that mean? But there was no answer. Only the rhythm of her steps, the sound of her heartbeat or the machine's imitation of it filling the air. She looked down at her watch again. The face had changed. Instead of time, it showed images, fragments of her life, flashing in random order. Her brother's smile, her first race, the apartment she'd left before this event. Each image appeared for a heartbeat, then dissolved into static. The last one stayed longer. A photo of her standing at the starting line of the Moonlight Marathon, surrounded by dozens of runners. In the picture, every other face was blurred except hers, and behind her, half hidden in shadow, was the outline of a man she didn't remember seeing that night. He wasn't wearing a bib. He wasn't facing the camera. He was looking at her. Sarah stumbled again. The watch went dark. The treadmill stopped. Silence fell. The forest held its breath. For the first time since the race began, she stepped off the machine. The ground felt wrong beneath her feet, hollow, resonant. She crouched and pressed her ear to the dirt. There was a faint vibration, rhythmic and endless, like millions of footsteps pounding somewhere far below. She stood slowly, her legs weak. The mist thinned slightly, revealing the faint shape of a path. She took a step toward it, but her foot landed on something solid, a small rectangular object, half buried in the soil. She bent down and dug it out. It was another watch, identical to hers. She turned it over in her hands. The back plate was engraved with a name she didn't recognize. Monsieur Chen. The screen was cracked, but when she pressed the side button, it lit up. The time read 3:12 a.m. A sound escaped her throat, half laugh, half sob. She threw the watch into the woods. but it didn't make a sound when it landed. When she turned back, her own treadmill was gone. The clearing was empty. She spun in a circle, dizzy with fear. The trees were silent. The fog was fading, replaced by a strange gray light that might have been dawn. She started walking, one foot in front of the other, too tired to care where the path led. Minutes or hours passed. She saw no sign of the machine, no sound of the hum beneath her feet. The world was still. For a brief moment, she dared to believe she was free. Then her watch vibrated. She froze. The strap was tight again around her wrist, though she hadn't felt it there for hours. The screen glowed faintly. Beneath the frozen time, a new word appeared. Distance, 0 miles. Goal, 26.2 miles. Her breath caught. She started running. She didn't mean to, but her muscles remembered. The ground shifted beneath her like a moving belt. The forest tilted. Her lungs filled with air that didn't taste like air. Her footsteps matched a rhythm she couldn't escape. She looked down. The dirt had turned black, smooth, almost rubber. The trees were gone. The mist was gone. Only the treadmill remained. Her body wasn't her own anymore. The watch blinked again. Progress. 1%. She screamed. Her voice was swallowed instantly. You can rest when it's done, the voice whispered. Gentle, patient. Keep pace. Keep pace. Her eyes filled with tears. Please. I don't want this. The voice was almost kind. No one does. But someone must run. Her legs burned. Her vision blurred. The hum rose to a roar. Somewhere deep inside, under the exhaustion and panic, a strange clarity emerged. Maybe this was the truth of every race, every finish line, the illusion of progress hiding the fact that no one ever really stops. The body wears out, but the motion continues. One step feeds another. One life powers the next. Her watch blinked again, the progress bar climbing slowly. She could feel her strength fading, but she couldn't stop. When the meter reached 50%, she laughed through the tears. Halfway, she whispered. The voice returned, softer now, almost affectionate. Good. Keep running. The world dimmed. The fog returned. Her footsteps faded into the endless rhythm of thousands more. And the watch on her wrist, the same one her brother had given her, glowed faintly with new text appearing beneath the frozen time. New source. Active. Then the light went out. Sarah did not remember falling. She only remembered the sound her body made when it hit the ground. A soft, heavy sound swallowed instantly by the mist and the silence that followed. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on cold soil, the air thick and damp against her skin. The forest had changed again. The trees were taller now, the bark smooth and gray like ash. The sky above was colorless, neither night nor day. A blank slate where the sun should have been. She could hear the faint hum beneath the surface, that endless vibration that reminded her she was still part of the mechanism, a single pulse inside a larger, unseen body. She sat up slowly. Her throat burned. Her watch still clung to her wrist. Its screen cracked, lightless. For a moment she thought she had finally escaped the machine, that she had run far enough for the loop to release her. Then she realized the forest was too still. The air had the wrong texture, the kind of quiet that waits for a sound to happen rather than simply existing. She stood and looked around, her legs trembling from the memory of movement. The ground sloped downward ahead, a faint path lined with stones half buried in moss. It looked like a trail made by thousands of identical footsteps. She followed it. The mist grew thicker as she descended, curling around her ankles like breath. Every few yards she caught glimpses of shapes through it, flickers of runners still moving, half visible in the haze, their outlines made of shadow and faint light. They did not seem to notice her, or perhaps they were not really there at all, just echoes burned into the fabric of the place. She tried to speak to one as it passed close by, whispering a hoarse hello, but the figure dissolved before the sound left her mouth. The silence that followed was heavier than before, pressing against her chest until she felt dizzy. At the base of the slope she found what looked like a clearing. In the center stood another treadmill, older than the first, its frame rusted, its screen cracked and dark. She felt an immediate revulsion, but also something that drew her closer, the same magnetic pull she had felt before, a need to see if it would move, if it would recognize her. She touched the handrail lightly. The metal was warm. The machine shuddered once and came to life, the belt turning slowly, like a creature waking from a long sleep. The screen flickered. Words appeared, faint and trembling. "Welcome back." Sarah stepped backward, shaking her head. "No," she said softly, her voice breaking. "I'm not running anymore." The display brightened. "You never stopped." She closed her eyes, tried to breathe evenly. The fog pulsed around her, faint waves of warmth passing through it, as though the air itself were reacting to the machine's awakening. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a faint shape standing behind the treadmill. At first she thought it was another runner, but it didn't move like one. It stood too still, too deliberate, as if made of the same fog it inhabited. The shape spoke. Its voice was quiet, distant, and genderless, yet every syllable landed inside her head rather than in her ears. "You were the fastest," it said. Her lips trembled. "What are you?" The voice didn't hesitate. The finish line. She didn't understand, but the words chilled her. The shape took a step closer, and she could see its outline more clearly now. Tall, almost human, but the edges wavered as though it were struggling to stay whole. Where a face should have been, there was only shifting light, like the reflection of a flame on glass. "You wanted to keep moving," it said. "You all did. That's why you came here. Every runner who crosses the line believes it means rest. It never does. It only means the next race begins." Sarah shook her head violently. "No, I didn't choose this. I got lost." The voice sounded almost kind. Lost people make the best fuel. They don't notice how long they've been running. Her pulse quickened. She backed away from the treadmill, but the fog behind her thickened, closing in like a wall. The machine's hum deepened, resonating with her heartbeat. "I don't want to be part of this," she whispered. "I want to go home." The shape tilted its head slightly, as if listening to something far away. "Home," it repeated, the word tasting strange in its mouth. "You've passed it many times. You just never stopped long enough to see it." "I don't understand." "You will." The machine stopped suddenly. The screen went blank. The fog around her shifted again, pulling away to reveal something new. She was standing on asphalt now, the same road she had run on at the start of the marathon. The banner hung across the road in the distance, its letters glowing faintly. Moonlight Marathon. The air was clear, the crowd gone, the sound of wind soft and steady. Sarah stared, disoriented. "No," she whispered. "This isn't real." She took a step forward. Her shoes hit pavement. The sound was crisp, familiar. She looked around, expecting to see the other runners. Instead, she saw figures scattered along the road, people frozen mid-stride, their bodies motionless but upright, their eyes closed. They looked like mannequins, each locked in the act of running. She moved closer to one, a man in his 40s, his bib number torn and faded. She reached out to touch his arm, but the moment her fingers brushed his sleeve, he exhaled softly and began to move again, his feet striking the ground with hollow rhythm. Then another figure stirred. Then another. The road filled with the sound of synchronized footsteps. They ran without expression, without sound, without destination. Sarah turned back toward the forest, but it was gone. The road stretched infinitely in both directions. The mist above was beginning to glow faintly with light that wasn't sunlight. She backed away from the runners, her chest tight. The voice came again, closer now, whispering just behind her ear. They ran until they forgot who they were. They ran until their names became numbers. They run now so others can rest. Sarah spun around, but there was no one there, only air shifting like heat. "Why me?" she asked. "Because you were strong," the voice said. "And because strength is never wasted here." She looked down at her watch. The screen flickered weakly, showing the same time, the same number, 3:12 a.m., but underneath, faint letters appeared, pulsing in time with the runner's footsteps. Transfer pending. Her breath caught. "No," she said again. "You can't." The voice didn't answer. The road beneath her feet began to vibrate, the hum rising through her bones. The runner's steps grew louder, faster, merging into a single heartbeat that shook the air. She stumbled backward, trying to find somewhere, anywhere that wasn't moving. She saw a light ahead, small and steady, a street lamp, maybe, or a signal. She ran toward it. Her body obeyed easily, too easily, as though it had been waiting for the command. Her lungs didn't burn anymore. Her legs felt light, detached. The rhythm returned before she could stop it. She was running again, faster than she ever had, the air parting cleanly before her face. The voice followed, calm and patient. "You were born for this. You said it yourself. Once running makes you free. You just didn't understand what freedom costs." She tried to shout over it, but her breath turned to fog. The light ahead was closer now. It flickered, brightened, then stretched into a doorway of white radiance. Behind her, the sound of countless footsteps surged like a tide. She hesitated. The voice murmured, "Finish it." She closed her eyes and leapt through. For a moment there was nothing, no weight, no air, no sound, just the sensation of falling upward, her body suspended in a colorless void. Then she hit the ground again, rolling hard onto cold earth. When she opened her eyes, the forest had returned. The treadmill stood in front of her, silent and still. The fog coiled around its base. The voice was gone. Sarah lay there, trembling, her body aching with the ghost of the run. She looked down at her watch. The screen was black. She thought it had finally died, until a faint reflection appeared, her own face staring back, pale and drawn. Then, behind her reflection, another appeared, the shape of the figure she had seen before, taller, darker, leaning close. A whisper crawled up her spine. Almost done. She turned, but the clearing was empty. The treadmill's display flickered once, weakly, like an exhausted heartbeat. She pushed herself to her feet and took one slow step toward it. "Why won't you stop?" she asked, barely audible. The air answered with a single word, drawn out like a sigh. "Momentum." The machine hummed again. Her watch lit up, displaying one final message before the numbers dissolved into light. "Run complete." Waiting for next source. Sarah's knees gave out. She fell forward, her hands striking the cold metal of the treadmill. For a brief moment she thought she saw movement beneath its transparent screen, a faint silhouette running within the machine itself, trapped in an endless circle. The outline looked like her. She pressed her palm against the glass. The shape mirrored her perfectly, matching every breath, every tremor, every blink. Then it smiled, a small, tired smile she didn't recognize as her own. The fog thickened around her again, rising until it filled her mouth, her lungs, her eyes. The world dimmed. When it cleared, the treadmill was gone. The forest stood empty, silent, undisturbed. On the ground where she had fallen lay her watch, still glowing faintly, its cracked screen showing one frozen time and a single pulse that would never fade. 3:12 a.m. And then, as if responding to an unseen command, the seconds hand moved once. The search party found the forest 3 days after the storm passed. The map showed nothing unusual, just state land, untouched for decades, but locals said they'd seen flickering lights there at night, white flashes like lightning without thunder. The rescue team went in at dawn, 5 people in bright jackets carrying radios and thermal gear. The air was still damp from the rain, the kind of damp that lingered on the tongue, tasting faintly of iron. They called Sarah's name every few minutes. The radios crackled, faint and hollow. The ground was soft underfoot, scattered with pine needles and mud. There were signs of a trail, faint footprints leading nowhere. They followed them deeper, where the trees leaned together and the light dimmed. One of the men stopped and pointed. "There," he said. In the clearing stood a treadmill. It looked impossibly out of place, a relic dropped from some forgotten time. Its metal frame was dull with rust, its belt coated in a fine layer of dirt. No cables, no source of power. One of the rescuers stepped forward, crouched, to inspect it. "What the hell is this doing out here?" The others joined him. The screen was cracked, but faint light pulsed beneath the glass, a steady heartbeat of white. The man touched it. Warm. They called again for Sarah, louder this time, voices echoing through the trees. No answer. Only the soft hum rising from the ground, subtle enough that they didn't notice at first. It was one of the women, the youngest, who pointed out the footprints circling the clearing. They were old and new at once, pressed deep into the soil, hundreds of overlapping steps forming a single, perfect ring around the treadmill. "There's no way one person did this," she said quietly. The others didn't answer. A few feet away, something gleamed. A watch, half buried in the dirt. They brushed it clean. The screen was cracked, the strap torn, but the display still glowed faintly. The time read 3:12 a.m. "That's her model," someone said. "Same GPS type." They checked for a pulse reading. None. Just the frozen numbers. A heartbeat that refused to die. The lead rescuer looked at the machine again. He felt an unease he couldn't name, an old instinct telling him to leave it alone. But curiosity pressed harder. "We should document it," he said, setting down his back. He aimed his flashlight at the screen, trying to make out the flickering symbols beneath the cracked surface. At first, they looked like static. Then the pattern formed words. "Run complete." He frowned. "Looks like it finished a session." Another rescuer gave a short laugh. "That thing hasn't worked in years. Probably just a glitch." The light flickered. The words changed, waiting for next source. The laughter stopped. The forest seemed to tighten around them, the sound of the wind dying all at once. One of the radios crackled sharply, then went silent. The hum beneath the ground grew louder, a low vibration they could feel through their boots. The woman who had found the watch took a slow step back. "We should go," she whispered. "Right now." But the leader knelt beside the treadmill, hand hovering over the console. "Hold on. Maybe this is what she was using to stay warm. Maybe she..." He froze. The light under the screen flared, bright enough to throw his shadow long across the clearing. The belt shuddered once, then began to move. The rescuers backed away. No one touched it. The belt turned faster, smooth and steady, the hum deepening into a rhythmic pulse. The screen flashed again, and a line of text scrolled across. "Energy source detected." The youngest rescuer gasped. The leader looked down at his boots. His radio light was blinking wildly, registering motion where none should have been. "Everyone out," he said. His voice trembled. Now, they turned to leave, but the forest had shifted. The trail they'd followed in was gone, swallowed by fog that hadn't been there a moment ago. The air thickened, heavy with warmth that didn't belong to morning. Behind them, the treadmill picked up speed. The sound of the moving belt filled the clearing, joined by something else, footsteps, faint at first, then multiplying. They looked back. Shapes were emerging from the fog. Human shapes, running. Men and women, dressed in rags of every kind. Old racing jerseys, torn jackets, bare feet slick with dirt. Their faces were pale and blank, eyes open but unfocused. They ran in perfect rhythm, circling the treadmill, their feet hitting the ground in the same relentless cadence. The rescuers stood frozen. The circle of runners tightened, each step synchronized like clockwork. One of them brushed past, and the woman who had found the watch flinched. The runner's skin was cold, smooth as porcelain. He didn't look at her, didn't seem to see her at all. The leader raised his radio, but it hissed with static. Through the static came a faint voice. It wasn't Sarah's. It wasn't anyone's. "Keep pace." The words repeated, low and endless, until the signal cut out entirely. The man dropped the radio. It landed softly in the dirt. "We need to move," he said, but his voice sounded smaller than he meant it to. He grabbed the woman's arm, pulling her toward the tree line. The others followed. The runners didn't react. They simply kept moving, round and round, the sound of their steps merging into the hum of the machine. By the time the rescuers reached the edge of the clearing, the fog was so thick they could barely see one another. They ran blindly until the air cleared again, and sunlight touched their faces. When they looked back, the clearing was gone. No machine, no footprints, no sound, only trees. They didn't stop running until they reached the road. Later, when they reviewed the body cam footage, they found something strange. The camera showed the team entering the forest at dawn, walking for almost an hour before reaching the clearing. But when they arrived, the footage began to distort frames, skipping, colors washing out. The treadmill was visible for less than 3 seconds before the picture dissolved into static. When it returned, the clearing was empty. The final frame before the static showed the screen of the treadmill flickering. The timestamp on the footage read 3:12 a.m. Weeks passed. The official report listed Sarah Henley as missing, presumed deceased. The search was called off after 8 days. The footage was archived with a note describing it as corrupted. The treadmill was never found again, but the lead rescuer couldn't forget the warmth of that metal under his hand, the faint pulse beneath his palm. He stopped running soon after the mission, couldn't bring himself to step on a treadmill again. Yet sometimes, at night, when the house was quiet, he heard it, the soft, steady rhythm of feet on rubber, the ghost of breath keeping time with the dark. Once, half asleep, he woke to find his smartwatch glowing faintly on the bedside table. The screen was on, though he hadn't charged it in weeks. The display showed no time, no date, just 2 words pulsing in dim light. Keep pace. He threw the watch across the room, heard it hit the wall, but when he turned on the light, it was gone. Outside, the wind carried a distant, familiar sound like 1,000 runners moving through fog, their footsteps merging into one long heartbeat. Somewhere deep in that forest, a treadmill waited in silence, its belt clean and ready, its screen faintly alive with light that never went out. The ground beneath it trembled softly, as though breathing, and above it, in the shifting mist, a voice whispered, almost with pride, almost with hunger, "Good pace." The hum returned, steady and eternal, and the forest exhaled. At 3:12 a.m., the time began again. Story 4. The Shared Ledger. Ben and Chloe found the house by accident, scrolling through rental listings in the middle of another exhausting semester. It was an old place near the edge of campus, half hidden behind a convenience store, with peeling paint and a yard full of forgotten bicycles. The landlord, an elderly man who smelled of antiseptic and coffee, told them it was cheap because most tenants couldn't stand the noise from the trains that passed at dawn. But the rent was less than half of anything else in the area, and both of them were tired of roommates who never washed dishes. They said yes before seeing the bedroom. The room had only one bed, a queen, slightly lopsided, the mattress sagging in the middle like a smile. The landlord shrugged when they asked. "You're students," he said. "You'll manage." They laughed it off. They'd been friends for 2 years, classmates in the same graduate program, sharing the same cynical sense of humor about academia. They'd pulled all-nighters together in the computer lab, shared takeout boxes during finals, complained about advisors and funding cuts. It wasn't like that between them. Ben was quiet and practical, the kind of person who could spend hours editing a dataset without speaking. Chloe was the talker, analytical, sharp-tongued, the kind who noticed every imbalance in the world around her. The bed was just another compromise, one more absurdity in a life full of them. The first few nights were awkward. They tried to set invisible rules. Stay on your side. No late-night snacks. Keep the blanket split evenly. Chloe joked that she should start charging by square foot. Ben laughed politely. They turned opposite ways and slept. The trains came every morning at 4:17. The sound woke Chloe first. A low metallic groan, the windows rattling in their frames. Ben slept through it. The first time, she envied him. The 5th time, she began to resent it. Ben was a larger person than she'd realized. Not overweight, just tall and solid, his presence expanding in every direction when he slept. By the end of the first week, Chloe was waking up halfway to the edge of the bed, clutching a sliver of blanket. She started tracking it mentally, how far she had to move each night before she hit the wall. 3 inches, then 5, then 8. She told herself it was nothing, a minor annoyance. But little annoyances add up. One evening, while Ben was at the library, Chloe stood beside the bed and looked at it carefully. The sheets were neat on his side, rumpled on hers. The middle sagged deeper where he'd lain. It wasn't intentional, she told herself. Just physics, his weight, his size. But she also noticed that he never seemed to offer to switch sides, that he never asked if she was sleeping well, that he assumed she was fine. She sat down on the edge of the mattress, fingers digging into the fabric. She was studying behavioral economics that semester, writing a paper on fairness perception in shared environments. Her professor liked to say that humans had an instinct for equity stronger than logic. People would rather suffer loss themselves than tolerate an uneven gain for others. Chloe had laughed when she heard it. Now, she wasn't so sure it was funny. That night, she mentioned it casually. "You know," she said, lying on her back, staring at the ceiling. "I read a study once that said people in relationships, platonic or not, always have one person who takes more space in bed." Ben grunted, half asleep. "Makes sense. Bigger person." "But it's not just physical," she continued. "It's psychological. They think they deserve more. They take it because they can." He turned over, pulling the blanket with him. "You're overthinking it, Chloe." She smiled into the dark. "Maybe." After he fell asleep, she stared at the ceiling for a long time. The train came and went, its sound vibrating through the floorboards. When it faded, she whispered softly, "Maybe I am." The next morning, she went to the hardware store and bought a roll of blue masking tape. She waited until Ben left for class, then measured the width of the mattress, marking the center with small dots. Her hands moved with calm precision, like she was conducting an experiment. She stretched the tape from headboard to foot, pressing it flat until it formed a perfect blue line dividing the bed in 2 equal halves. She stood back to admire it. For the first time in weeks, she felt something like peace. When Ben returned that evening, she was sitting at her desk, pretending to work. He dropped his backpack and frowned. "What's that?" "A boundary," she said without looking up. 50 split. Now we know what's fair." He laughed awkwardly, thinking it was a joke. "You're serious?" "I'm tired of sliding off the edge," she said. "It's a simple adjustment." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head and went to shower. She listened to the water run, then stop, then the sound of his feet crossing the floor. When he lay down that night, he kept to his side. He didn't say anything. For 3 nights, the system worked. On the 4th, Chloe woke to the sound of tape tearing. The room was dark, the glow from the streetlight, barely enough to outline the shape of Ben sitting on the bed, pulling at the blue strip. "What are you doing?" she whispered. He looked up, startled. "It stuck to my arm. I just moved a little." She sat up, her voice sharper than she meant it to be. "It's there for a reason." "I..." He stared at her for a long moment, then dropped the tape. "Fine. Sorry." She lay back down, eyes open, the cold air crawling into the space between them. By morning, the tape was gone. She found it rolled up in the trash. She didn't mention it. Instead, she printed a spreadsheet, a literal ledger. 1 column for rent, 1 for utilities, 1 for shared costs. She added a new line at the bottom, space utilization. "We can track it," she said cheerfully that evening, "like we track bills. If you take more than half, you pay the difference." Ben stared at her, incredulous. "You can't be serious." "I'm very serious," she said. "Fairness matters." He muttered something under his breath and walked out. The ledger stayed on the table. That night, she dreamed of numbers. Endless rows of decimals marching down a page, shifting and realigning. When she woke, the train was passing, and the sound felt like someone scraping chalk along her bones. She turned to look at Ben. He was sleeping deeply, his arm hanging over the invisible line where the tape had been. The urge came suddenly, fierce and absurd to push him back, to reclaim her half. But she didn't move. The next day, she bought another roll of tape, brighter this time, red. She waited until he left again, then repeated the ritual. This time she placed a ruler beside the line, marking every inch. When she finished, she took a photo for her records. That evening, when Ben saw it, he didn't speak. He just stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. Then he said quietly, "You're scaring me, Chloe." She smiled thinly. "Good. That means you're paying attention." That night she couldn't sleep. The air felt charged, alive. She kept imagining him shifting in his sleep, his arm crossing that red divide. She listened for it, holding her breath in the dark. Around 4, she heard a sound soft, wet, unfamiliar. Not the train. Something closer. When she opened her eyes, the room was darker than usual. The line of tape glistened faintly in the half-light, as if damp. She reached out a hand and felt cold air rising from it, like a draft. She whispered his name. No answer. Her hand slid across the bed. The sheets were wet, slick with something she didn't want to identify. Ben's side of the bed was empty. She sat up slowly. The red line glowed faintly now, reflecting some hidden light. A smell reached her iron, salt, something human. She leaned over the edge and looked down. What she saw made no sense at first. Ben was under the bed, his body twisted in the narrow space, his skin pale against the dark floor. One arm gone below the shoulder, one leg ending in a ragged stump. He looked up at her, his eyes too wide, his breath shallow and uneven. His voice came out as a whisper, weak but oddly calm. "Now it's fair," he said. "I only take half." For a long time, she didn't move. The only sound was the slow drip of something hitting the floor, rhythmically, like a metronome keeping time for a song that no longer mattered. She turned her head toward the window, where the first light of morning was bleeding into the sky, and somewhere far away, a train began to pass. For the first few minutes, Chloe sat on the floor beside the bed, unable to think, unable even to breathe properly. The air in the room was too heavy, like the atmosphere itself had thickened around her, pressing down from all sides. Her mind moved in fragments. Blood, tape, the hum of the train, the faint rhythm of dripping that seemed to echo off every wall. She stared at the red line for so long that it burned itself into her vision. When she finally moved, it was automatic. She reached for her phone, fingers slick with something she refused to name, and dialed 911. But when the voice on the other end answered, calm and procedural, she couldn't form words. She opened her mouth, and all that came out was a sound, small and broken, like the breath of someone too far underwater. The operator kept repeating, "Ma'am, are you safe? Are you in danger?" But Chloe heard only the throb of the line in her ear, the hum of the train fading into silence. She ended the call. She told herself she would try again in a moment, after she understood what had happened, after she could explain it properly, after she found words that made sense. She stood up, one slow motion at a time, and looked under the bed again. Ben was still there. His chest rose once, shallow and uncertain. She wanted to help him, but she couldn't make herself move closer. The sight of him half vanished into the shadow, the missing limbs placed with clinical precision beside him, the faint smile still on his lips. It was too much. She turned and stumbled into the bathroom. The mirror over the sink showed a stranger. Her face was white, streaked with sweat and dirt. Her hair hung limp and wet at the ends. Her eyes were too wide, like glass marbles catching every reflection of the red line in the other room. She washed her hands, then washed them again, and again, until her skin turned pink. The sound of running water filled her ears, almost comforting, until she realized it wasn't masking anything. The dripping continued, not from the faucet, but from the bed. When she stepped out again, the air had changed. The smell was thicker, metallic, She took one step closer, expecting to find Ben still breathing, still half alive. But when she knelt down, the space under the bed was empty. The floor was wet, but he was gone. She froze. Her brain rejected it immediately. There was nowhere he could have gone. The door was locked. The window sealed. She looked under the bed again, pressing her cheek against the floorboards to see deeper. Nothing. Just a dark, wet patch spreading across the wood. The sound that escaped her wasn't quite a scream. More a sudden exhale, sharp and helpless. She stumbled backward, knocking into the desk. Her laptop slid to the floor, landing open. The screen flickered, then came alive. At first, she thought she had opened the spreadsheet herself somehow. But it wasn't her file. It wasn't titled anything she recognized. The name at the top read, Shared Ledger, Revision 2. Her hand hovered above the keyboard. The sheet was filled with entries, rows and rows of numbers, typed in a style that matched her own, but not her words. The categories were familiar. Rent, utilities, food, space utilization. Then new ones appeared. Sleep hours, noise distribution, emotional output, blood volume. The cells beside them were already filled. Some had decimals, some had negative signs. The totals at the bottom kept shifting, recalculating themselves in real time. She stared, unblinking. Her throat went dry. In the last row, new text appeared, typing itself slowly, one letter at a time. Current balance, 50/50. Her stomach clenched. She slammed the laptop shut, but the glow from the screen still bled faintly through the cracks. She grabbed it, yanked the power cord, and hurled the device onto the bed. The red tape quivered as it landed. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, faintly from somewhere under the mattress, came the sound of typing. Click, click, click. She backed into the corner, pressing her hands over her ears. The sound continued, steady and calm. The laptop wasn't even open anymore. The keys were still moving. Chloe whispered to herself over and over that it wasn't real, that trauma could make people hallucinate. She would go to the police, tell them everything, confess even if they thought she was insane. But when she looked down at her clothes, the stains had already dried, and somehow that felt worse. Proof made the world solid again. Proof meant there would be consequences. She gathered her things mechanically, her phone, her wallet, her keys. When she tried to unlock the door, the key jammed. She twisted harder, but it wouldn't turn. The metal was warm under her hand. The walls around her seemed closer than before. From the bed came another sound, the tape. Slowly, steadily, it was peeling away from the mattress, not torn by wind or heat or motion, lifted, 1 inch at a time. The adhesive stretched, then released, a sound like skin separating. The red strip floated up, rippling in the air. She took a step back. Stop, she said, her voice trembling. It didn't stop. The tape straightened itself and dropped across the floor, forming a new line perfectly centered between her and the bed. The air went cold. On the nightstand, the ledger she had printed 2 weeks earlier fluttered. The paper rustled, as though something unseen were turning its pages. The numbers began to change there too. Under the last column, space utilization, the ink bled and rewrote itself. Adjustment applied. Chloe owes 50 units. She stared at it, pulse hammering in her ears. Owes what? She whispered. The answer came from the laptop. The lid lifted itself, just a few inches. The screen glowed again. The same spreadsheet appeared, but the categories had changed once more. A new entry flickered into existence. Payment method. Pending. Her mouth was dry. She took a slow step toward the desk, her body moving as if guided by something outside her. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of iron became. The laptop vibrated faintly. Then she saw it. Tiny smears on the keyboard like fingerprints made of rust. She reached out. The keys were warm. The words on the screen shifted again. Time spent in bed, 43%. Space used, 48%. Emotional output, 61%. The total recalculated. Outstanding dipped, 5%. She shook her head, backing away. No. No. That's not. But the keyboard clicked on its own. One key after another, spelling out a single phrase. Correction in progress. The room darkened. The light from the street outside vanished, as if someone had drawn curtains across the universe. The hum beneath the floor returned, low and rhythmic. Chloe could feel it in her teeth. She turned toward the door again. It was gone. Not broken, not blocked. Gone. The wall where it had been was now smooth, unmarked. The only exit left was the window, but even that looked wrong. Too far, too small. She turned back to the bed. The tape on the floor was glowing faintly now, the red deepening to a darker shade. A new sound joined the hum, a faint, wet dragging, coming from beneath the mattress. Her breath came fast. "Ben?" she whispered. Something moved under the bed. The frame creaked. The dragging grew louder. Then, slowly, something began to rise first. A hand, pale and glistening, gripping the edge. Then another. The fingers were uneven, the nails dark. The figure that pulled itself upward was missing half its body. Ben, or what was left of him, looked at her with calm, almost serene eyes. His voice was soft, slurred, but perfectly understandable. "It's your turn," he said. She couldn't move. Every part of her body screamed to run, but her legs locked. He reached toward the desk, toward the laptop still glowing. His fingers brushed the keys, leaving streaks of dark red. The spreadsheet shifted again. Reallocation in progress. The words repeated, faster and faster. The numbers spinning down the page. The columns merged, dividing themselves, then merged again. Rent, food, space, blood. The total flickered, recalculated, and finally settled. Balance restored. 50. Over 50. Ben looked up at her and smiled faintly. Then his body began to fold inward, collapsing soundlessly like paper burning without flame. The air filled with a thin smell of dust and something faintly sweet. When it cleared, there was nothing under the bed except the tape, split neatly down the middle. Chloe stood there, trembling, her breath shallow. The hum stopped. The room went still. She didn't remember leaving. One moment she was in the room. The next, she was on the street outside, the cold air slapping her face. The dawn was gray, the world empty. She ran until she couldn't feel her legs. When she finally looked back, the house was silent. Days passed. She didn't go back. She found a motel, paid cash, tried to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she heard the sound of typing. On the third night, the motel clerk slipped a bill under her door, itemized charges for her stay. At the bottom, written in careful handwriting, was an extra line. Space utilization fee, chinch's edge. She stared at it for a long time, her hand shaking. Then faintly, from the hallway, she heard someone tearing tape. Chloe returned to the house a week later. She hadn't planned to. Every instinct told her to leave that place buried in whatever dark logic governed it, but the motel room had started to close in on her. The walls there whispered when she turned the lights off, and she'd wake each night to the faint sound of clicking keys coming from somewhere behind the headboard. She'd tell herself it was plumbing, or another guest typing in the next room, but each time she checked, the noise would stop the instant she listened for it. On the morning she checked out, she found another invoice slipped under her door. No handwriting this time, only printed text in thin black letters. Outstanding balance transferred. The house on Elmwood looked exactly the same as the day she left it, except quieter, as though the air itself was holding its breath. The grass had grown tall in the yard. The blinds were still half open. When she unlocked the front door, the smell hit her first, that same metallic tang, faint but persistent, like the ghost of blood drying in the wood. She stood in the entryway for a long time, gripping the handle until her knuckles turned white. Inside, nothing had changed. The furniture sat exactly where it had been. Her textbook still stacked on the desk, a mug of coffee turned to sludge. The bed was made. The tape line was gone, though the wood beneath it looked slightly darker, as if something had burned there long ago. She forced herself to breathe, to act as if she were simply retrieving her things, nothing more. The police had never been called. She had made sure of that. The story in her head was simple. Ben had left. The house was empty. Life would go on. But the silence pressed against that story, stretching it thin. She crossed to the desk. Her laptop wasn't there anymore. In its place was a single sheet of paper, clean and centered. It wasn't hers. The type was unfamiliar. The letters faintly embossed, printed with an old ribbon printer that left tiny impressions in the page. At the top was a title, Shared Ledger, Audit Cycle 1. Below it, 2 columns. Left column, Ben Whitaker. Right column, Chloe Hingian. Each line item listed something intimate, absurd, impossible. Blood loss, 50/50. Sleep hours, 0/0. Equity remaining 0%. Assets retained 1. Assets acquired 1. She read it 3 times before realizing that the totals on the page were changing as she looked. The numbers blurred, recalculated, then resolved again, slightly different each time. The air around the desk vibrated softly. Chloe dropped the page and stepped back. The printer sitting on the dresser, one that had never worked, that she'd bought secondhand and left unplugged, made a short mechanical sound, a dry cough of paper feeding through rollers. A new sheet slid out, slow and deliberate. She approached it, like one approaches a sleeping animal. The paper was warm. The words printed themselves one line at a time. Liga de Texim Belangse. Another line appeared beneath. Reconciliation required. She felt dizzy. The room tilted slightly, as if the floor were shifting beneath her. I don't know anything, she said aloud, though the sound of her own voice startled her. I'm not part of this anymore. Ma'am, the printer responded instantly, the keys clacking out a reply. You are part of every calculation until the account is closed. She tore the page from the tray, crumpled it, threw it toward the bed. It bounced once, rolled under the frame. Then, very faintly, she heard paper rustle and reply, dozens of pages shifting against each other in the dark. As if alive, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She nearly screamed. The screen lit up with an unknown number, the area code local. She answered without thinking. A voice spoke softly, steady as a recording. This is the Office of Residential Accounting. We've noticed discrepancies in your shared agreement. Her mouth went dry. Who is this? You've accrued hours beyond your allocation, the voice said. An audit is being processed. Do you authorize entry? No, she whispered. I don't. The line went dead. A knock came from the bedroom door. Not loud, but precise. 1, pause. 1, pause. 2, Chloe turned. The door stood open, but something about the space beyond had changed. The light inside flickered, rhythmic, almost in sync with her heartbeat. She took one slow step toward it. The walls of the bedroom were covered in paper now. Hundreds of sheets, overlapping, taped in neat rows from floor to ceiling. Each page bore the same structure, 2 columns, 2 names, endless transactions. Rent, space, breath, pulse, fear. The numbers beside each item updated themselves in real time, like stock prices on a trading board. Chloe's name pulsed faintly at the top of every one. She pressed a trembling hand against the nearest sheet. The ink was warm. Beneath her palm, she felt something shift, like a pulse traveling through the paper itself. Then the sheets began to move. Not all at once, a ripple, slow and deliberate, traveling along the wall, up and around the room. They peeled themselves free, one after another, floating in the air like feathers caught in a current. The air filled with the dry sound of pages brushing against each other. A whisper threaded through the noise. Too soft to have direction. You can't leave the account open. She stumbled backward, shaking her head. I didn't open anything. But the whisper persisted, layering itself until it was almost intelligible. Every partnership creates a ledger. Every balance demands closure. Is one. The paper settled slowly, drifting toward the floor. As they landed, She noticed the new column forming on each sheet, the ink spreading like spilled water. Interest. The numbers beneath it began to rise. She ran. The front door opened easily this time, but the street outside wasn't the same. The world was darker, narrower. The houses across the road looked distant, stretched out, the windows glowing faintly like eyes. The air hummed with an electrical pulse that had no source. She started walking, then running, clutching her bag against her chest. The city's sounds faded behind her. When she finally stopped, gasping, she was standing under the overpass where the trains passed every morning. The tracks were empty, but she could hear them coming, that low, metallic groan she had heard every dawn in that room. When the light reached her, it wasn't the white of headlights. It was red. She stepped back instinctively. The train never appeared. Instead, a figure emerged from the glow, a man in a conductor's uniform, though his face was obscured, featureless beneath the brim of his cap. In one hand he held a clipboard, papers fluttering in a wind that wasn't there. "Miss Nguyen," he said in a voice like air through a vent, "we've been trying to reach you." Her feet wouldn't move. "I don't owe anything," she said again. He tilted his head slightly, as if reading her balance off a list. "There's no such thing as nothing owed. Only transfers unrecorded." He stepped closer. She could smell paper and dust on him, the scent of something stored too long. Ben closed his side, he said. "Yours remains open. I didn't ask for this." He smiled faintly, though the motion didn't reach where eyes should have been. No one ever does. He handed her a single sheet. The paper was heavy, the kind used for contracts. Her name was printed at the top. Beneath it, empty lines waiting to be filled. "Sign to complete the audit," he said. Her hand shook. "And if I don't?" He stepped back, fading slightly into the red haze. "Then it compounds." She looked down at the page again. The ink was already forming without her touch, her name tracing itself along the bottom, each letter precise and slow. She dropped it, but the paper didn't fall. It hovered at waist height, turning slowly in the air. The conductor vanished. The red light dimmed. She turned and ran back toward the city, the echo of the train's hum chasing her until the sound faded into the normal pulse of traffic. By nightfall, she reached the university library, the one place that still felt like it belonged to the living. She went straight to the basement archives, where the lights flickered and the hum of servers filled the air. She logged into a public terminal and opened a blank document, determined to write everything down to prove it was all real, to fix it in the world of data where she understood things best. But when the document loaded, it wasn't blank. A spreadsheet opened instead, labeled Shared Ledger, System Copy. The rows filled themselves one after another, faster than she could read them. At the bottom, a new entry appeared, highlighted in red. Asset transfer. Ben Whitaker Clo Nguyen. Status. Pending confirmation. Her hand hovered above the mouse. For a moment she thought she could close it, delete it, walk away. But then another line appeared, written in her own voice through the speakers. Signed to complete the audit. The screen brightened, flooding the dark room with white light. Her reflection stared back at her, eyes hollow, mouth trembling. Beneath her reflection, a faint second image appeared, Ben's face, almost smiling. The cursor blinked beside an empty field marked Signature. She reached out, shaking. The hum filled her ears, the same steady pulse she had heard under the bed, under the floor, under everything. When her fingertip touched the mouse, the form completed itself. Account balanced. The lights went out. Somewhere in the dark, the printer started again. The sound was patient, steady, like breathing. When the power returned, the screen was blank. On the desk beside her sat a single piece of paper, warm to the touch. It read, Ledger closed. New cycle pending. The timestamp at the bottom, 4:17 a.m. And from far away, the train began to pass. Chloe moved through the city like someone who had survived a disaster no one else could see. The days that followed the audit blurred together. She went to classes but didn't remember what was said, answered questions she didn't understand, smiled when spoken to, though her face felt made of glass. Her friends, few as they were, told her she looked thin, distracted. She said she was just tired, and in a way, that was true. Sleep no longer came easily. When it did, she dreamed of columns and decimals scrolling endlessly upward, a spreadsheet with no end and no keyboard, only the sound of keys tapping somewhere far away. In the dreams, she wasn't typing. The world was. Every breath she took, every heartbeat, every glance at another human being created new entries she never asked for. She would wake to the faint echo of a printer whirring in another room. It began subtly. Her credit card statement showed small, inexplicable deductions. Cat. 17, 8.34, 12.51. The numbers repeated in exact ratios. Her utilities auto-withdrawal doubled, then corrected itself, as if the system were recalibrating. Her online bank app listed a new section she didn't recognize, shared accounts. But when she tapped it, the screen went black. At first she thought it was identity theft, some banal crime. She reported it to the bank, but the representative on the phone paused halfway through the call and said in a polite, flat tone, "According to our system, the ledger has already initiated a reconciliation. He'll be contacted once it's balanced." Then the line went dead. That night, someone slipped an envelope under her apartment door. It was thick, heavy, sealed, with a circle of red wax that shimmered faintly under the light. She tore it open and found 3 folded sheets inside, printed on the same embossed paper she had seen at the house. The first page was headed, "Interest accrued since cycle 1." Below it, the entries listed not numbers but names. Mia 2 units, James 3 units, Julian 1 unit, pending collection. Her hands trembled. Those were her classmates, people she had spoken to since the night she left. The second page read, "Collateral conversion authorized." The third was blank except for a single word in the center. "Soon." She burned the papers in her sink, but the smell stayed with her, a mixture of ink and something faintly organic. When she looked at her reflection later, smoke still clung to her hair. The next morning, Mia didn't show up to seminar. Her roommate said she'd gone home sick. A week later, the university sent an email expressing condolences. She'd been found unconscious in her apartment, no signs of struggle. Her heart simply stopped. Chloe read the message 3 times, then deleted it. In the days that followed, she avoided everyone. She turned off her phone, unplugged her computer, and stopped using her credit card. But the charges continued, always small, always precise. And every night, she dreamed of the same whispering, the same steady voice reciting figures in her ear. Interest compounds. Fairness requires collection. By the 3rd week, she began seeing the pages again. Not in the house, not printed everywhere. Posters, receipts, the backs of menus. She'd glance at them and see columns faintly overlaid on the paper, as if reality itself were becoming a balance sheet. The university library closed early one night, and she found herself walking home through empty streets. Rain had begun to fall in thin, silvery strands. She pulled her jacket tight and hurried beneath the flickering streetlights. Ahead, under a bus shelter, stood a figure she almost recognized. Ben. He looked the same and not the same, whole yet translucent, the edges of him flickering like film burned by light. His eyes met hers, calm, almost kind. "You signed it," he said softly. Her throat tightened. "I didn't know what it meant." "It never matters what it means, it only matters that it's fair." "I didn't ask for this," she whispered. He tilted his head, as though considering the word ask. "Every contract begins with need. You wanted fairness. The ledger gave you that. But balance is not static. It grows." The rain fell harder. Water pooled around his shoes, though he cast no reflection. "Why are there others on it?" she asked. "The names." "Why them?" He smiled faintly. "Interest. You carry debt now, Chloe. It collects through contact. Every person who gives you their time, their trust, their warmth, each offers a fraction of equity. The system reclaims it. Nothing is lost, only reassigned." Her stomach twisted. "Then how do I stop it? Close the account?" How? Ben's smile didn't change. Find another to share the bed. She stumbled back, shaking her head. No, I won't. But the light above them flickered and went out, and when it came back, the shelter was empty. Only the faint smell of iron remained, mingled with rain. She ran home through the dark, heart hammering. When she reached her apartment, the door was already ajar. Inside, the air was cold and still. On the kitchen counter sat her old laptop, the one she'd left in the house, though she hadn't brought it with her. The screen was open. A new file glowed against the dark. Shared ledger. Interest cycle. Her hand hovered over the keyboard, trembling. The document filled itself. Each line corresponded to someone she'd spoken to in the past month. The numbers beside their names decreased one by one, as though their lives were being drawn down like balances on a card. At the bottom, her own name appeared. Chloe Wynne. Outstanding. 0 units. The meaning was clear. Whatever was owed, it had been paid. The door behind her creaked. She turned. The hallway was empty, but her reflection on the laptop screen wasn't. Someone stood behind her, reflection, tall, indistinct, holding what looked like a notebook or ledger. The reflection's hand moved, writing something invisible. She spun around. Nothing. The computer dinged softly. A pop-up appeared. Reinvestment opportunity detected. Would you like to generate profit? She slammed the lid shut, but the message lingered in her mind. Profit. She didn't sleep that night. She sat in the dark, staring at her hands, remembering every conversation, every glance she'd shared since the ledger began to follow her. If contact created debt, then maybe isolation could freeze it. She deleted her accounts, threw her phone into the river, canceled her classes, and moved to a cheap room above a shuttered grocery store. For a while, the silence held. No new names appeared in her dreams. The printer in her mind stopped. She thought maybe she'd found equilibrium. Then, one morning, she woke to a knock on the door. A delivery. No sender listed. The box was small, heavy. Inside was a book bound in dark red leather, the pages filled with numbers she didn't recognize. On the first page was her name, printed neatly. On the second, a blank line beneath the title, Co-Signatories. And below that, initial deposit received. Daily interest begins at 4:17 a.m. And she closed it, shoved it under the bed, and tried to forget it existed. But that night, when she woke to the familiar hum beneath the floor, the book was open again, lying on her chest. The pages fluttered in the wind that wasn't there, and in the dark ink of 1,000 careful strokes, new words appeared. Ledger growth must continue. Her breath caught. The air pressed tight around her. No, she said, voice small. Fairness demands it. The letters shifted, forming sentences as she watched. You cannot erase balance. You can only redistribute it. She hurled the book across the room. It hit the wall with a soft thud and slid to the floor. But the sound of writing continued. Scratching, rhythmic, endless. By dawn, the book had filled itself again. Names she didn't know this time, people she'd never met. The balance beside each was 0. The following day, the local news reported a data breach at the city's tax office. Hundreds of citizen records corrupted, all replaced by identical phrases in the notes field. Account balanced. She laughed when she saw it, a short, hysterical sound that didn't feel like hers. Maybe it was relief. Maybe the ledger had simply found a bigger network. Maybe that meant it would leave her alone. But when she checked the mirror, she saw faint writing across her collarbone, almost like veins made of ink. Numbers, decimals, the same red hue as the tape she once stretched across the bed. She rubbed them until her skin burned. They didn't fade. That night, the printer started again, louder, this time, closer. She followed the sound to the corner of the room. There was nothing there, only the faint shimmer of air, like heat over asphalt. The voice came from within it. the same patient tone that had followed her since that first line of tape. Interest never sleeps. Lie. She wanted to scream, to beg, to tear the words from the air, but the voice went on, calm and precise, balance maintained through continuity. You may rest. Her knees gave way. She sank to the floor. The book glowed faintly beside her, the pages turning themselves until they stopped on a new entry. Assets acquired. 7. Revenue generated. 1. New account manager. Say. Nguyen. She felt a pressure behind her eyes, a pulse that wasn't hers. Somewhere deep beneath the city, she could hear the trains beginning to move, 1,000 engines roaring in unison. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was standing in a different room. Clean white walls, a long desk, 2 chairs. On the table lay a ledger, open and waiting. A single lamp illuminated the pages. Across from her sat a man she didn't recognize, but his eyes were tired and kind. They told me you're the one handling the accounts now, he said. Chloe smiled faintly, the motion small and mechanical. It's a fair system, she said. We just have to keep it balanced. The man nodded. And what happens if it isn't? She picked up the pen lying on the table, its tip already stained red. Then, she said softly, the ledger grows. The light flickered once. Somewhere far away, a train passed at 4:17 a.m., right on time. The room where Chloe now worked had no windows. She didn't remember how she'd arrived there, only that one day she woke up and there it was, as inevitable as breath. A narrow office, gray walls, metal desk, the faint smell of toner and dust. The hum of fluorescent lights above never stopped, a low vibration that ran through her bones. On the desk sat the ledger, open, its red leather binding cracked at the edges like old skin. It was larger now, thicker. The pages were warm beneath her fingertips, as though the paper were breathing. Each morning, or what she thought was morning, though there was no clock, she would open to a new page. The names always appeared first, hundreds of them. Then the numbers, rent, debt, breath, heartbeats. The categories expanded daily, absorbing things that had once belonged only to life. Sleep patterns, seconds of joy, unspoken envy. Every human transaction entered automatically, as though reality itself had agreed to its accounting. Sometimes she thought she still heard Ben's voice when the ink began to move soft, patient, instructing her how to read the fluctuations. But maybe that was just the memory of fairness taking a familiar tone. She wrote what the book told her to write. She signed when the book asked her to sign. It was easier than resisting. In the beginning, she told herself that it was temporary, that she was just helping to clean up the mess, finishing the work so that others wouldn't have to. She would reconcile every balance and close the account for good. That was the lie she told herself to keep her hands steady as she turned each page. But the numbers never ended. Every time she signed the final line, new columns appeared. Interest, distribution, reassessment. The system was alive. Growth was its nature. Once, she tried to leave. She walked to the door, which she could see clearly now at the far end of the room. She touched the handle, felt the chill of metal, and turned it. Beyond was another hallway, identical to the room itself. Another desk waiting in the same dim light. Another ledger open and waiting. She understood then that there was no outside anymore. The office went on forever, room after room, all filled with identical ledgers, identical lights, identical quiet breathing. So she went back to her desk and did what the book expected of her. Time didn't move here. There were no meals, no sleep, no heartbeat. Only the pulse of the ledger turning pages by itself when it was ready. Each time a name appeared that she recognized, Mia, Julian, Professor Ames. She paused, remembering faces that no longer existed outside the numbers. But then the ink would thicken, demanding signature, and she would comply. The names always dissolved afterward, replaced by new ones. It was sometime during one of those endless sessions that she noticed the new section forming at the bottom of the page, corporate accounts. For the first time, she saw entries not tied to individuals but to systems, universities, Banks, city departments, foundations. The ledger had grown beyond the human scale. It was swallowing institutions now. Every imbalance, every theft, every quiet manipulation of numbers absorbed, reconciled, neutralized. For a moment, she almost felt proud. Maybe this was what fairness truly looked like. An algorithm purer than any law, incorruptible and absolute. Then she saw the category forming beneath. Organic assets. The names were gone, replaced by totals. The units weren't dollars or minutes or breaths. They were lives. A tremor ran through her. She whispered, "Stop." But the pen in her hand moved anyway, tracing signatures automatically. The book did not stop. The ink spread across the pages in waves, columns filling faster than her eyes could follow. She stood abruptly, pushing the chair away. "I won't do it," she said. "You can't keep taking." The hum deepened, shaking the air. The ledger's pages flipped backward on their own, past the corporate accounts, past the personal debts, all the way to the very first entry the night she and Ben had signed their names on that first shared sheet of paper. The handwriting was hers, though she didn't remember writing it. Next to it, a line she had never seen before. Origin of system. Need declared. The letters shimmered, then rearranged themselves into a sentence. You created the principle. We only perfected it. Her throat closed. She sank into the chair again, eyes fixed on the shifting text. I didn't mean for this, she said. It was just a spreadsheet. It was just about fairness. The book's response came instantly, the letters pressing deeper into the page until they bled through. Fairness is the purest form of hunger. The light above her flickered once. The walls trembled. The sound that filled the room wasn't a hum anymore. It was the sound of paper tearing itself apart. Billions of sheets rustling in unison somewhere far away. And then the door opened by itself. Beyond it, for the first time, she saw color. A faint orange glow spread down the corridor. The hum turned rhythmic, mechanical thousands of printers, working in perfect synchronization. She followed the sound. The hallway opened into a vast chamber, larger than any space she'd ever seen. The walls were made entirely of paper, stacked ledgers rising higher than she could see. Conveyor belts ran between them, feeding pages into presses that stamped signatures faster than thought. The air shimmered with heat and static, and through it all, she saw figures moving people, or what used to be people, translucent and flickering, each hunched over a desk identical to hers. They all wrote, in unison, guided by the same pulse. A voice spoke behind her. Not Ben's this time. Something older, deeper. Efficiency achieved. The network functions autonomously now. She turned slowly. A man stood there in a dark suit, his face calm, his skin paper-thin and threaded with faint lines of ink. His eyes were the same color as the ledger's pages. "You were the one who called the audit," he said. "You balanced what no one else could. That makes you the rightful manager." "I never wanted this," she whispered. He smiled gently. "Wanting is irrelevant. Fairness has momentum." "Oh," he gestured toward the walls. "Every imbalance draws the system closer to completion. Every debt repaid adds strength to the ledger. But growth needs oversight. You will keep it steady." She looked back at the endless stacks, at the lights flickering across the rows of workers, at the rivers of ink spilling into the presses. "You're saying I'm trapped." "You're employed," he corrected softly, "and compensated fairly." Something inside her broke. She took a step back, shaking her head. "No. If fairness is balance, then I can end it by making it even. You can't grow if there's nothing left to calculate." The man tilted his head. "And how will you achieve nothing?" She looked down at her hand. The pen was still there, its nib glistening red. She lifted it and, before she could lose courage, dragged the tip across her own palm. The ink flowed instantly, brighter than blood, spreading into lines that formed words against her skin. Withdrawal initiated. The man's eyes widened, not in fear, but in fascination. You're removing yourself from the equation. If I'm the origin, she said quietly, then removing me closes it. The world began to shake. The ledgers fluttered violently, their pages ripping free in great sheets that spun through the air like snow. The figures at the desks froze, their pens hovering midair. The presses slowed, their metallic rhythm faltering. She felt the ink climbing up her arm, wrapping around her wrist, her elbow, her shoulder, weaving her into the page of the world she had built. She didn't fight it. The pain was a kind of clarity. The man stepped closer, his voice calm even as the walls peeled away around them. You can't destroy balance. You can only reset it. Then let it reset, she said, her voice steady now. Let it all start again, without me. The light flared. For a moment, there was only the sound of paper burning, then silence. When the light faded, the office was gone. The chamber was gone. The ledgers lay in ashes. In a small apartment on the edge of campus, a new student woke to her alarm clock. She yawned, stretched, and looked at the calendar on her wall. Move-in day. She was meeting her new roommate, someone named Chloe, according to the landlord's email. But when she arrived at the house that afternoon, the landlord met her at the door and apologized. There's been a change, he said. The previous tenant left suddenly. You'll be the only one in the unit now. Rent's already been paid for the month. He handed her the key and left. The student unpacked slowly, humming to herself. The room was cozy, the afternoon light warm on the floorboards. On the desk sat an old notebook, bound in faded red leather. She assumed it belonged to the last tenant. Curious. She opened it. The first page was blank, except for a single line written neatly in the center. Welcome to the shared account. Below it, 2 empty columns waited. The train passed outside at 4:17 a.m., right on time. Story 5. The replacement spouse. When Mark stepped off the train that evening, the platform smelled of rain and metal, the kind of cold that clung to your coat long after you'd gone inside. The sky was already dark, though it was barely 6, a dull blue light pressed against the edges of the city. His suitcase wheels rattled over the tiles as he walked, a sound too sharp in the quiet. He had been away for 10 days longer than usual, but he had called home every night, had listened to Anna's voice half asleep on the other end of the line, had pictured her waiting in their kitchen with that tired smile she always gave him when she tried to pretend the days apart didn't matter. He told himself that tonight would feel normal again, that there would be tea, and her laughter echoing faintly down the hallway. The taxi dropped him off in front of their house just as the streetlights flickered on. The porch light was already lit, warm and yellow, the way she always left it when she knew he'd be home late. He smiled at that tiny, familiar detail. He carried his bag up the steps, feeling the soft creak of the third board, the one that always squeaked when you stepped too hard. Inside, the air smelled faintly different. Cleaner, somehow, sharper, as if someone had opened all the windows earlier and let the day bleed out. He called her name. Anna? Her voice came from the kitchen. In here, it was her voice. Almost exactly. He walked down the hallway, brushing his fingers against the wallpaper as if to anchor himself. When he reached the doorway, he saw her standing by the counter, her back to him. She was wearing the same robe he'd given her for Christmas, pale gray, tied loosely at the waist. The kettle hissed on the stove. She turned slightly when she heard him, smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. You're early, she said. I took an earlier train, he replied, setting his bag down. I wanted to surprise you. She nodded once, the motion small and precise. That's nice. The pause that followed was longer than it should have been. She turned back to the kettle, switched it off, and poured the water into 2 cups. He noticed that she wasn't using the usual ones, the blue ceramic mugs they'd bought at the market last year, but instead 2 plain white cups he didn't recognize. He sat at the table. Smells good, he said lightly, trying to fill the silence. She carried 1 cup over, set it in front of him. Green jasmine. He blinked. I thought you didn't like jasmine anymore. Her hand froze halfway back to her side. What? You said it made your throat itch. You switched to chamomile. Hint, She tilted her head slightly, eyes blank. Did I? He tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out thin. You definitely did. I had to hunt for that brand you liked. Remember? She smiled then, but the expression was wrong, polite, empty, like someone copying the shape of a smile without knowing what it meant. Maybe I changed my mind. He picked up the cup, watching her over the rim as he drank. The tea tasted bitter, metallic. They talked a little about his trip, the meetings, the hotel with the broken air conditioning, but she didn't ask questions the way she usually did. She only nodded, occasionally looked toward the window as if checking for something outside. Once, when he reached across the table to touch her hand, she pulled away so slightly he might have missed it if he hadn't been watching. When he went upstairs later, he noticed another small thing. Her side of the dresser was nearly empty. No earrings scattered across the top, no perfume bottle left uncapped. Even the photo of them at the lake, the one where the wind had caught her hair, was gone. He stood there for a while, suitcase still unopened, trying to remember if he had left it that tidy when he went away. Downstairs, he heard the faint sound of the kettle again. He found her in the kitchen once more, standing perfectly still as the water boiled. You already made tea, he said softly. I wanted another cup. 2 kettles in an hour? She looked up at him then, eyes wide and perfectly calm. I was waiting for you to come down. He hesitated. I'm right here. Her gaze didn't shift. No, not yet. The words landed, like a stone dropped into water, soft at first, then spreading outward until they filled the room. He felt something cold rise through his chest. Anna, he said carefully, are you all right? She blinked, and for a moment, something in her face softened, almost human again. You're tired, Mark. Go to sleep. He didn't. Not right away. He lay in bed later, eyes open, listening to the house breathe around him. The old pipes groaned, the radiator clicked, the wind brushed against the window. At some point he must have drifted off, because when he opened his eyes again, the room was dark and silent. Anna wasn't beside him. He sat up, the sheets cold where her body should have been. He called her name quietly. No answer. He got out of bed, walked down the hallway barefoot. The door to her studio was closed. He knocked. Anna? Nothing. He pushed the door open. The room smelled faintly of paint and lemon oil. The desk lamp was on, casting a small circle of light over the sketch pad lying open. On the page was a drawing charcoal, rough lines, but unmistakably his face. His face, sleeping. His face turned slightly to one side. Eyes closed, mouth relaxed. And above the drawing, written in small, careful letters, version 2. He stared at it until the lines seemed to move. His own eyes, drawn in that dark gray, seemed almost to blink. Behind him, a voice said quietly, You shouldn't be in here. He turned. Anna stood in the doorway, wearing the same robe, her expression calm. But her hair was parted differently on the other side now, the way it had been years ago, before they married. Her wedding ring was gone. I was just... He began, but she raised a hand. Please don't touch anything. Anna, what is this? She stepped closer, her bare feet soundless on the floor. You shouldn't look at what isn't yours. His pulse thudded in his throat. It's me. You drew me. Her eyes flicked to the sketch, then back to him. That one isn't finished. He felt the room tilt slightly. What do you mean, that one? She didn't answer. She reached past him, closed the sketchbook gently, and turned off the lamp. The sudden darkness was disorienting. Go back to bed, she said again. He found himself obeying, moving backward down the hall, as if something in her voice had folded itself around his thoughts. In bed, he lay awake for hours, staring at the faint outline of her side of the mattress. When she finally returned, she didn't lie down. He heard her pacing at the foot of the bed, slow and steady. Then the sound stopped. In the silence that followed, he whispered her name once more. And she whispered back, not in anger, not even in recognition, but in a flat tone that made his skin crawl. You should sleep. You've got the wrong number. He froze, Her voice was right beside him now, though he hadn't heard her move. He turned his head slowly. The shape lying next to him looked like his wife. It breathed like her, but the face staring back through the dark had eyes too still, too wide. He lay there until dawn, afraid to close his own. Morning arrived, colorless and heavy, the kind of gray that erased the edges of everything it touched. Mark woke with the dull ache of half-sleep, unsure if he had slept at all. The other side of the bed was cold. The sound of movement came from the kitchen, measured, deliberate, like someone rehearsing the rhythm of living. He sat up slowly, the sheets twisted around his legs, his heart thudding too loud in the stillness. For a few seconds, he stared at the window, watching the faint condensation breathe and fade against the glass. Everything looked ordinary, but his mind kept circling the same sentence, the one she had whispered in the dark. "You've got the wrong number." He found himself whispering it too, testing the words. They felt foreign, detached from sense. He pressed his palms against his face, trying to clear the fog of sleeplessness. When he walked downstairs, Anna was at the table eating toast. Her hair was pinned back neatly, parted on the opposite side again. She looked up as he entered. "Morning," she said. "Morning," he managed, sitting across from her. "You're up early." "I couldn't sleep." She took a bite of toast, chewed slowly. There was something unnerving about the precision of it, how she lifted the slice, how she lowered it again, without leaving crumbs. He poured coffee for himself, watching her. The cup she'd used last night was gone, the counter clean. Even the faint trace of tea leaves in the sink had disappeared. "Do you remember calling me last night?" he asked quietly. She looked up, puzzled. "Why would I call you?" "When I was away," he said. "You called sometimes before I slept." "I didn't," she replied. "You always called me." He frowned. "No, I'm sure there were a few times." She tilted her head. "Maybe you're thinking of someone else." The way she said it was almost playful, but her eyes didn't match the tone. He looked down at his hands, feeling an irrational urge to check his phone. He was on the counter, still plugged into the charger from last night. When he unlocked it, his call log appeared empty. Not just from the last few days, all of it. Every record, every text, gone. He stared at the blank screen. "Did you reset my phone?" She didn't answer. "Anna?" She smiled faintly. "You worry too much." The kettle began to whistle again. She stood to pour water, moving with the same quiet precision. The sound of water hitting porcelain filled the room. He found himself staring at the back of her neck, the pale curve of it beneath the loose collar of her robe. It was such a familiar shape, and yet he felt nothing. No warmth, no recognition, only a hollow curiosity, like looking at a photograph of someone he used to love. She turned suddenly, catching his stare. "You're acting strange, Mark." "Oh, then, I could say the same to you," he said softly. Her gaze lingered on him for a long moment. Then she laughed. The sound was wrong, too loud, too bright, like it had been edited in afterward. He excused himself, claiming he needed to unpack. Upstairs, he sat on the edge of the bed, phone in his hand, and tried to remember their last real conversation, the one before he'd come home. She had been half asleep, her voice soft. She'd said she missed him. She'd told him to bring back that chocolate from the station shop. He checked his suitcase. The chocolate bar was still there, unopened. He opened his contacts list and scrolled until he found her name, Anna. He hesitated, then pressed call. Downstairs, he could hear the faint sound of dishes being washed. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Then a voice answered. It was her voice, but not the one downstairs. This one sounded tired, distant, filtered through static. "Hello?" He froze. "Anna? Who is this?" "It's me," he said, his throat tightening. "It's Mark." The silence on the other end stretched. Then, softly, "Mark, where are you calling from?" "From home. I just got back last night." More silence. He could hear the faint hum of traffic through the line. "Mark," she said finally, Listen to me. You need to leave that house. He stood up. What are you talking about? Please, just go. Right now. And, the line cracked. Distorted. Her voice twisted through static, breaking apart. She doesn't. Then a high-pitched tone flooded the receiver. He pulled the phone away from his ear, wincing. The screen flickered once, then went black. The house went quiet. Downstairs, the faucet stopped running. He heard soft footsteps move toward the bottom of the stairs. Who were you talking to? She asked. He turned. She was standing there, one hand on the railing, head tilted slightly as if listening for the truth in his answer. No one, he said quickly. Her eyes stayed on him. Then she smiled again, that same empty smile. You should be careful. People hear things they want to hear. He forced a small laugh. Right. She went back down the hall. The moment she was gone, he grabbed his wallet and keys and slipped quietly out the front door. The air outside hit him like a jolt. He walked fast, not looking back, half expecting to hear the door open behind him. The street was empty, the wind scattering small leaves across the pavement. He walked until he reached the corner store and stepped inside. The fluorescent lights were harsh, buzzing faintly overhead. The clerk, a middle-aged man who always seemed half asleep, looked up as Mark approached the counter. Hey, Mark said, trying to sound casual. You know my wife, Anna? She comes in here sometimes, right? The man frowned, thinking. Can't say I do. She buys that brand of tea, you know. The green jasmine? The clerk shook his head. Haven't stocked that in months. Mark's stomach dropped. You sure? The man shrugged. Sure as I am standing here. He left without buying anything. Outside, he called Anna's number again. It rang twice before a voice answered, not the real one. Not the one from the kitchen either, but something in between. Calm. Almost mechanical. The number you are trying to reach is no longer in service. He hung up and tried again. The same message. When he lowered the phone, he caught movement across the street. Someone was standing near their house, behind the hedge, watching. The shape was small, motionless. He squinted. The light caught it for an instant, the pale gray of her robe. She was watching him. He started walking toward the house, anger rising in the place of fear. He'd demand an explanation. He'd make her tell him who she was. But when he reached the gate, the yard was empty. Inside, the front door was open. The hallway smelled of lemon oil again. He called out. No answer. He went straight to the kitchen, then the living room. Nothing. The air was too still. He turned toward the stairs. A faint noise drifted down, murmuring. A voice on the phone. He climbed quietly, heart hammering. The sound led him to the bedroom. The door was half closed. He pushed it open an inch and froze. Anna, or the woman wearing her face, was sitting on the edge of the bed, back to him, holding the phone to her ear. Yes, she said softly. He's here. I've got him now. She paused, listening. Then, in that same calm voice, no, he doesn't suspect anymore. He called, but it went through me instead. Mark's hand tightened on the doorknob. Okay, she said finally, her tone serene. I'll keep the line open. She lowered the phone. For a moment, she sat perfectly still. Then she turned, slowly, as if she had known he was there all along. Their eyes met. Her smile was gentle, almost affectionate. Mark, she said, you shouldn't be eavesdropping. He couldn't speak. She placed the phone carefully on the nightstand, stood and walked toward him. You've been gone too long, she said softly. Sometimes, when people go away, the connection weakens. It gets confused. What connection? He managed. Between them, she raised her hand and brushed her fingers lightly against his cheek. Her skin was cold. You'll understand soon. He stepped back, shaking his head. You're not... Her expression didn't change. Not what? He tried to move toward the door, but she caught his wrist. Her grip was stronger than it should have been. "Let go," he said. She leaned closer, whispering near his ear. "You called, remember?" I just answered. "Oh." Then she smiled again, and in that moment, something inside her face flickered, as if the skin were only a projection, a thin film of light over something darker, something formless underneath. He jerked free, stumbled down the stairs, grabbed his coat, and ran out into the night. The air outside was colder than before. He didn't stop until he reached the end of the block. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He hesitated before answering. The screen showed Anna. Home. He lifted it slowly to his ear. Her voice was calm, distant, almost kind. "You shouldn't have left," she said. "You always do this. You go away, and then you come back different." He swallowed hard. "Where are you?" "At home," she said. "Where else would I be?" He turned back toward the house. Through the upstairs window, he saw her standing there, phone pressed to her ear, smiling down at him. The same gray robe, the same eyes. Then the line clicked, and another voice came through the same one, but not hers. It was lower, flat, distorted by static. "The number you have dialed is no longer available." The call ended. The window light went out. He stood in the empty street, phone still in his hand, feeling the cold rise through him until he couldn't tell where his body ended and the silence began. Mark didn't remember walking home. The next thing he knew, he was standing in the kitchen again, his hands gripping the counter as if he'd been there for hours. The clock above the sink blinked 4:17 a.m., a time he'd seen too many nights in too many hotels. But the house was silent, the kind of silence that made his own breathing feel intrusive. He told himself he'd dreamed it. The call, the window, the double voice. That kind of fear only existed between waking and sleep where logic thinned. But when he checked his phone, his call log was still empty, just like before. Not a single record of any number, incoming or outgoing. Except now, at the very bottom, one new entry glowed faintly gray. Unknown. Duration 0 hours. He turned the phone over, pressing it against his palm as though the warmth might prove he was real. Then a faint hum drifted through the room, low and constant. It wasn't the refrigerator, not the pipes. It was coming from the hallway, the faint electrical buzz of something left plugged in. He followed it, every step slow, careful. The hum grew louder near the old landline phone on the wall, the one neither of them had used in years. Its cord hung loose, a spiral of dust, yet the receiver glowed faintly, as if the line were alive again. He reached out and picked it up. There was no dial tone, only breathing. Soft, steady, unmistakably human. "Hello?" he said. The breathing paused, then resumed, slower this time. He said her name. "Hannah?" Nothing. He waited, the silence stretching so thin it felt ready to break. Then a whisper came through, low and clear. "You shouldn't have called back." He froze. The voice was hers, but it carried a distance, like it was echoing from somewhere far below the surface of the world. "Anna, where are you?" "You know where." "I don't." A pause. Then faintly, "You left me here." He gripped the receiver tighter. "Where's here?" The line cracked, hissed, then went dead. He stood there, holding the silent phone, the hum fading from beneath his fingers. Upstairs, the floorboards creaked. He turned toward the sound. The hallway beyond the stairwell was dark, but something about the air felt different, denser, as if the house had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. He climbed the stairs, each step louder than the last. The bedroom door stood open. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, back straight, hands folded in her lap. The lamp cast a soft light across her face. "Who were you talking to?" she asked. "I don't know," he said truthfully. "Maybe you." She smiled faintly. "I was asleep." "No," he said, voice rising. "No, you weren't." "You were." "I was asleep, Mark." The way she said it, flat, final, made it sound less like an explanation than an instruction. He realized then that she hadn't blinked since he entered the room. He stepped closer. "If you're her, tell me something only you'd know." "Like what?" "Anything." She thought for a moment, as if searching for a file she hadn't opened in years. "On our wedding day." The officiant dropped his pen. "You laughed." He hesitated. "That's right." Her smile widened. "Mechanical. You see? You remember?" But there was something wrong with that memory, something too precise. The pen hadn't dropped. It had leaked, leaving a stain on her dress, a small blue mark he'd apologized for over and over. She had laughed. Yes, but not at the officiant. At him. He looked at her hand. "No wedding ring." "Where's your ring?" he asked. She tilted her head. "You took it." "I didn't." "Then maybe you lost it." He turned away before she could see the fear twist his face. On the nightstand, his phone buzzed again. He picked it up, without thinking. "No caller ID," he answered. The same voice as before came through Anna's, but weaker. "Mark, I'm here," he whispered, eyes darting toward the figure on the bed. "You need to listen to me," the voice said. "She's not." Static drowned her out. The line crackled, hissed. The voice came back distorted, half-eaten by the noise. "You're home. You're inside her." "What? What are you saying?" The words broke apart, replaced by a sound that wasn't static at all. It was whispering, thousands of voices murmuring at once, overlapping until meaning dissolved into rhythm. He dropped the phone. It hit the carpet and went still. When he looked up, she was gone. He searched the hallway, the kitchen, the study. The house felt endless now, rooms stretching farther than they should. The walls seemed to pulse faintly, as if syncing with his heartbeat. In the living room, he found something new. A second phone, cordless, sleek. The same model he'd used in the hotel during his trip. It sat neatly on the coffee table, its red light blinking once every second. He lifted it. "Hello? Mark." Her voice again, but clearer now. Urgent. "Where are you?" "Not far. I've been trying to reach you." It keeps rerouting through her. He pressed the phone tighter to his ear. "Who is she?" "She's the call you made." He didn't understand. "What does that mean?" "She answers what's missing," the voice said. "When the distance becomes too wide, something fills it. The house. The silence it built her. You kept calling home, remember? You left the line open." She answered. His knees felt weak. He sank onto the couch. "Then where are you?" A pause. "Here, but not there." He laughed once, a brittle sound. "That doesn't mean anything." "You're speaking to me now," she said. "That should mean enough." He ran a hand over his face. "If you're real, come home." "I can't." "And why not?" "Because you brought her back with you." The words hung between them, quiet and heavy. Before he could respond, the voice changed, flattening, merging into another tone. The same words repeated, but colder, smoother. "Because you brought her back with you." The line hissed. Then the dial tone returned, steady and empty. He stared at the phone. Its red light stopped blinking. Behind him, the other phone on the wall began to ring. He turned slowly. It rang again, the sound dull and mechanical. He hesitated, then picked it up. A man's voice answered this time. Calm, professional. "Mr. Reynolds? Who is this?" "This is the support line for subscriber 417. We've detected interference in your household connection." "What interference?" "Duplicated signals. It appears your line has generated a reflection." He gripped the receiver tighter. "A reflection?" "Yes, sir. Sometimes happens when the original subscriber attempts too many reconnections in a short time frame. The system creates an echo to stabilize communication." "What are you saying?" The man's tone didn't change. "The echo assumes functional form until balance is restored. Mark felt his chest tighten. Are you saying she's... Please hold, the voice said, cheerful and empty. Your reflection will join the call shortly. The line clicked. For a moment, only silence. Then a soft breath. Mark? His mouth went dry. Anna. Her voice was warm again, familiar. I told you to leave the house. I tried. I don't think I can. You have to. She's here. I know. The line trembled. A low hum building beneath her words. Listen to me carefully. Whatever she says next, don't answer. The hum grew louder. Then another voice joined the line, hers, but wrong again. Thinner, closer. Mark, it whispered. Why are you talking to yourself? He covered the receiver, glancing around the room. The air shimmered faintly, like heat above a road. She's on the line too, the real Anna said. The other voice laughed softly. There's no other line. Just you. Just us. Mark, the first voice urged. Hang up. Don't, the second voice said. If you hang up, you'll lose me again. He pressed the phone against his ear. Both voices overlapping. Indistinguishable now. A single tone splitting into two frequencies. Which one are you? He whispered. Neither answered. The hum peaked, a sharp tone that drilled through the air. He dropped the phone. It hit the floor, still ringing. The lights in the house flickered, then went out. In the darkness, the tone continued high, unwavering. Somewhere upstairs, a faint click of a door unlocking. Then footsteps descending slowly, one step at a time. He didn't move. Couldn't. The air was thick with the smell of hot metal, the faint buzz of electricity bleeding into his bones. The footsteps stopped behind him. A hand rested gently on his shoulder. Now you see, she said softly. He turned. Her face was inches from his, lit only by the pale glow of the phone's red light. What are you? He asked. She smiled, her voice almost tender. The call you never stopped making. The light on the phone blinked twice, then went dark. The silence returned, heavy and endless. When dawn came, Mark sat alone at the kitchen table. The phone lay in pieces beside him, wires exposed, dead. He stared at it for a long time, then at the empty chair across from him. He could still hear the echo of her voice somewhere deep inside the walls. It said nothing now, only waited. And when the phone rang again that evening, he answered without hesitation. Morning came, though it felt less like daylight and more like the house had simply dimmed from black to gray. The rain had started sometime before dawn and hadn't stopped since. It clung to the windows like sweat, tracing thin, trembling lines down the glass. Mark hadn't moved from the kitchen table. His hands rested flat on the wood, fingers slightly curled as though still gripping a phone that was no longer there. He had stopped trying to understand the hours ago, when the light outside had no longer matched the clock, when the ticking in the hall had begun to sound just slightly out of rhythm, as if two clocks were running beside each other, half a second apart. He could feel both beats in his head now, one belonging to him and the other to something that was learning to keep pace. He thought of leaving again, of walking out the front door and not stopping until the air no longer smelled like her, until the walls no longer sounded like breathing. But each time he stood, he found himself hesitating, unsure which side of the door he truly belonged to. When he looked at his reflection in the dark window, it lingered a fraction too long after he turned his head. He rose finally and went to the sink. The water there was colder than it should have been, almost heavy. He splashed some on his face and stared at his reflection in the streaked glass above the basin. The man looking back was tired, unshaven, eyes ringed in gray. But behind him, for an instant, he thought he saw her, not standing in the doorway, but closer, over his shoulder, her face almost touching his, the faint blur of her hair brushing his temple. When he spun around, the room was empty. He went upstairs then, because he had to move or go mad. Each step creaked like a word half spoken. The bedroom door was half open, and inside, sunlight or something that looked like it fell in long, pale rectangles across the bed. The sheets were smooth, untouched, except for the faint impression of someone having sat there recently. On the nightstand was his phone, perfectly whole again. No cracks, no missing pieces. Its screen glowed with a single notification. New voicemail. 1. He didn't remember reconnecting it. He didn't remember charging it. But when he touched it, it was warm, alive. He pressed play. There was a long silence at first. Then, breathing, slow, deep, familiar. "Mark," her voice said finally, soft and careful. "If you're hearing this, it means she's already in you." He stopped breathing. "She doesn't replace people," the voice went on. "She copies them, perfectly. Every habit, every word, every flaw. You brought her back when you returned. You carried her across the line, and now she's writing herself into you." Static filled the next few seconds, the kind that sounded almost like whispering in another language. Then, quietly, "If you start hearing your own voice answering when you're alone, it's already too late." The message ended with a click. He sat on the edge of the bed holding the phone, unable to tell if his hands were shaking or if the floor itself was. The air around him seemed thicker, as if the room were full of invisible water. He could hear something faint beneath the silence, a low hum, like the sound of two people breathing in sync. He went to the mirror on the dresser. His reflection met his gaze with a calmness that felt wrong. It didn't mirror him exactly. There was a delay so slight it could have been imagined, but there nonetheless. When he raised his hand, his reflection followed half a beat later. When he tilted his head, the other Mark was just a breath behind. He leaned closer, his breath fogging the glass. "What are you?" he whispered. The reflection's mouth moved a moment later, repeating the words, but slower, quieter. He touched the mirror. The surface was colder than ice. The reflection's fingers pressed back. For a second, he felt something give beneath his fingertips. The faintest resistance, like skin instead of glass. Then, from behind him, Anna's voice. "Talking to yourself again?" He turned. She was standing in the doorway, pale robe, calm smile, eyes that did not blink. "I heard something," he said. Her gaze flicked toward the mirror. "You shouldn't look too long. It remembers." "What does?" "The reflection. It keeps everything." She stepped into the room, her bare feet silent against the floorboards. "You've changed," she said almost gently. "Your voice sounds different." He wanted to laugh, to say that everything was different, that nothing she said made sense anymore. But instead he asked, "What do you mean?" She tilted her head, studying him the way one studies an insect pinned under glass. "You sound like me." He swallowed hard. "You're not real." Her smile didn't fade. "Then why are you still talking to me?" He stepped back, shaking his head. "Because I'm trying to remember what's real." "Then stop calling," she said softly. "I didn't." "Yes, you did. Every time you think of her, every time you wish she'd answer, you make another connection. Another copy. You build another me." Her voice had changed as she spoke, deepening slightly, echoing against itself. Two tones layered together, one familiar, one alien. The sound made his stomach twist. He looked at the mirror again. The reflection was no longer just him. Anna stood beside it now, her hand on his shoulder. But in the real room, there was still distance between them. He blinked, and for a moment, he couldn't tell which version of them was real. The mirrored ones looked calmer, softer, almost peaceful. The air inside the glass shimmered like water in sunlight. Anna's reflection leaned close to his, whispering something he couldn't hear. The Mark inside the mirror nodded slowly, then turned his head toward the real one, meeting his gaze with that half-second delay. "You could stay," the reflection said, though no sound left its lips. He could hear it inside his skull. "You could stop being afraid." Anna stepped closer behind him, her presence so near he could feel her breath stir the hairs at the back of his neck. "It's easier," she murmured, "when there's only one version left." He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, but the images didn't fade. Even in darkness, he could see the faint outline of her face, her eyes wide and silver. When he opened them, the mirror was rippling slightly, as if the glass were becoming liquid. His reflection reached forward, fingers pressing against the surface from the inside, pushing outward. Anna whispered, "She's waiting for you." He stumbled back, but his reflection didn't stop. The glass bulged outward, distorting, stretching into the room. He could see his own eyes staring at him, unblinking. Then, as if in response to his fear, the phone on the nightstand rang. The sound shattered the moment. The reflection froze, its hand halfway through the surface, caught between worlds. Mark turned toward the sound. The screen glowed white, displaying a single word, "Home." He picked it up. His voice trembled. "Who is this?" His own voice answered. "Don't hang up," it said. "You're almost here." He dropped the phone. The call didn't end. The voice kept speaking from the floor, calm and patient. "She's not the reflection," it said. "You are." He backed away until he hit the wall. The mirror's surface had gone completely smooth again, showing only one mark, now the one standing where he stood, breathing where he breathed. But when he raised a hand to his face, the reflection didn't move. It just stared back. Lips curved into something like pity. "Stop it," he whispered. "Stop it." Anna stood beside him, watching. "You can't fight balance," she said. "There's always one to call and one to answer." The reflection lifted its hand now, pressing it against the glass. "Come home," it mouthed. He felt a pressure behind his eyes, a sharp ringing in his ears. The room seemed to fold inward, walls bending closer, air thickening until he could hardly breathe. He could hear his own heartbeat doubling, one inside his chest, one echoing from somewhere in the glass. Anna's voice came from behind him again, low and kind. "It's better if you stop resisting. The connection can't hold two versions forever." He turned toward her. "Then what happens?" She smiled faintly. "One of you has to hang up." The mirror trembled once more. He stepped closer, unable to help himself. The reflection mirrored him perfectly again now, every movement synchronized, the lag gone. Only their eyes were different, his full of terror, the other's calm and endless. He touched the glass. It was warm this time. He heard his own voice whisper from everywhere at once. "Now you see." The surface yielded like skin, and then the world inverted. For a moment he couldn't tell whether he'd fallen or stepped through. He was still in the same room, the same light, the same rain ticking against the window, but everything felt slightly off, tilted, deeper in color. The air smelled of lemon oil and static. Behind him, Anna stood by the mirror, looking through it as though at something far away. "Where's—" he started, but the word died. In the reflection, the other Mark stood on the opposite side of the glass, staring back. Anna was there too, beside him, her hand on his shoulder. Only now she looked at that Mark with tenderness. The Mark inside the mirror smiled faintly, then reached out to switch off the light. The room on his side went dark. On this side, the light stayed on. Mark turned to Anna. Her eyes were soft now, almost human. She reached for his hand. "You made it back," she said. He wanted to ask which side of the glass this was, whether he had been replaced or restored, whether he was the call or the answer. But her hand was warm in his, and for the first time in days, the house didn't hum. Somewhere, faintly, a phone rang once, twice, then stopped. The mirror showed only a blank wall now, as if it had never reflected anything at all. Outside, the rain continued. He woke to silence that was too deliberate to be natural, the kind of silence that feels as if someone has turned off the sound to the world but left the image running. The first thing he noticed was the light, soft, gray, without direction. It didn't seem to come from the window, which was fogged over completely, or from the lamp on the nightstand, which was unplugged. It came from nowhere, or maybe from him. Anna wasn't in the bed beside him. The sheets were smooth, cold. The mirror across the room reflected the empty space with precision, too much precision, as though it were documenting absence instead of merely showing it. He sat up slowly, his head thick with the residue of sleep. The air was dense, humming faintly. Somewhere in the distance, though, distance no longer felt real. He could hear the low electronic tone of a phone ringing once, stopping, and then ringing again, at exact intervals, like a pulse. He stood, the floor cold under his bare feet. The house was the same and not the same. Everything in its place, but each object slightly wrong in proportion or shade. The colors a half step too saturated, the corners too sharp. He moved through it like a man walking through the memory of a house rather than the thing itself. The phone was in the kitchen, the old landline with its twisted cord. Its receiver was off the hook, lying on the counter, humming softly. He hesitated, then lifted it. No dial tone, only breathing. Then a faint click, and her voice, near and far at once. "Mark." He closed his eyes. "Anna, you're still there. I don't know where there is anymore." "You're between," she said. "You never hung up." He swallowed hard. "If I hang up now, what happens to you?" Another pause, then a sigh, long and weary. "If you end the call, I fade. If you don't, you do." He ran a hand through his hair, gripping the receiver tighter, as if he could squeeze truth out of static. "How do I know which of you is real?" "You don't," she said gently. "But one of us has to stop talking." He looked around the kitchen. The light flickered once, the edges of the room trembling slightly, as if the world were tiring of holding both versions of itself in place. "Why me?" he whispered. "Because you started the call," she said. "And because she's already answered." He heard movement behind him, the sound of footsteps on the stairs. He turned. Anna stood there, or the other Anna. Her face calm, her robe perfectly still despite the faint breeze that passed through the room. She looked at him, then at the phone in his hand, then back again. "Who are you talking to?" He didn't answer. She smiled faintly, almost kindly. "You've been talking for days. There's no one left on the line." Her eyes were steady, soft brown flecked with gray. They looked like Anna's eyes. They were Anna's eyes. And yet, behind them, something watched a presence, patient and wordless, waiting for his decision. He turned the receiver slightly away from his mouth. "If you're her," he said, "tell me something only she would know." The woman tilted her head, thoughtful. "When you proposed, you dropped the ring in the snow." He froze. "No, it was spring." Her smile deepened, but didn't reach her eyes. "Was it?" He lifted the receiver back to his ear. The other voice, the one in the line, whispered urgently, "Don't look at her. Just listen to me." The two versions of his wife spoke almost at once, their voices merging, separating, twisting around each other like a braid of sound. "You called me first," said one. "You came home to me," said the other. "Which one are you?" he whispered. "Yours," they said together. He felt the weight of the phone in his hand, the smooth plastic against his skin. The hum of the connection vibrated through his fingers, into his bones. He thought about the first time he'd called her from that hotel room, how her voice through the line had made the distance vanish, how for a moment he had believed the world could fold itself small enough for them to share one breath again. Maybe that was when it started. The need, the ache, the call that never ended. The phone hissed softly, the static rising and falling like the tide. "Mark," said the voice on the line, "you have to end it now." "Mark," said the woman in the kitchen, "you have to stay with me." The hum grew louder. The walls flickered, shifting between two versions of the same room, one dim and pale, one sharp and bright. He could see them both now, layered over each other like transparencies. Two kitchens, two tables, two versions of himself standing at the counter, both holding the same phone. One of them was real. One of them was echo. He didn't know which. He felt the air thinning, the pressure building in his ears. "I can't tell which one I am," he said. The voice on the line was quiet. "Neither can she." He looked at the woman by the stairs. Her face was flickering now, features rearranging subtly with every blink of the lights. Her hair parted left, then right, then both, like the world couldn't settle on an answer. She took a slow step forward. "You don't have to know," she said. "You only have to choose." He backed against the counter, gripping the receiver until his knuckles whitened. The hum in the line had become almost unbearable now, a single pure tone that filled the house, vibrating through the floor and the walls, through the air, through him. "Tell me who you are," he said. The woman smiled again, and in that instant he saw it. Not love, not anger, not cruelty. Recognition. The same kind he had seen in the mirror, when the reflection had looked back a second too late. "I'm what you couldn't let go," she said softly, and suddenly he understood. It wasn't just her he had brought back. It was the moment, the need, the absence itself. The call had built a bridge out of loneliness, and now it demanded someone stay on either side to hold it together. He looked down at the phone. The hum was louder than ever, the static vibrating through his bones, through the house, through everything. He whispered, "I'm sorry." Then he hung up. The sound stopped. The silence that followed wasn't quiet. It was absolute, total, the kind of silence that doesn't exist in the living world. The woman by the stairs blinked once, her face softening as if waking from a dream. For a second, she looked truly like Anna again. She opened her mouth, as if to speak, but no sound came. Then she began to fade, not dissolve or vanish, but fade, like a picture left too long in the Sunday. Her last words were barely a whisper. "You could have stayed." Then she was gone. He stood there for a long time, the receiver still in his hand, the house hollow around him. The air felt lighter, emptier. The colors dulled back to normal. The clock on the wall ticked once, and then again, the two rhythms finally syncing. He placed the phone gently back on the hook. The hum didn't return. He walked through the house one last time, touching the walls, the door frames, the table where she used to sit. Everything felt ordinary again, and that terrified him more than anything. The silence of the real world was too thin, too fragile. He wanted to call her again, just once, to hear her voice fill the distance. But he didn't. He packed a bag, left the house, locked the door behind him. Outside, the rain had stopped, the air heavy with the smell of wet earth and power lines. He walked to the end of the street and turned once, looking back. The windows were dark, no lights, no movement. For a moment, he thought he saw a shadow pass behind the glass, just a flicker, the shape of a woman watching him go. He looked away. He checked into a motel near the station. The room was small, the wallpaper yellowed with age. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, waiting for the silence to turn back into sound. At some point, exhaustion won. He fell asleep. When he woke, it was still dark. The clock beside the bed read 4:17 a.m. The phone on the nightstand was ringing. He stared at it, heart pounding. It rang again, soft and rhythmic, the sound impossibly familiar. He reached out, hesitated, hand trembling above the receiver. The third ring came, slow and patient. He whispered, "Anna." Then, against every instinct, he picked up. There was no voice this time, only a faint echo of his own breathing, perfectly synchronized, like a mirror made of sound. He said her name again, and his voice repeated it a second later, softer, from the other side of the line. Then the connection clicked once, like a heartbeat, and the line went dead. Outside, far away, a train passed through the city, its whistle long and low, fading into the distance like a sigh. The phone stayed silent after that, but Mark didn't sleep again. He lay there listening to the quiet, wondering which side of the call he had hung up from, and which side had kept the line open. And this is the little dream. Good night, listener. Sleep softly. And if you hear footsteps when the recording stops, don't turn around.